Can you guys hear me now? Let's see. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. Where the fuck are my glasses? Over there? Yeah. Sorry about that. I was trying to fix my mic. Yeah, okay. How are you guys doing today? We're clocking back into the mines. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? All right. Let's get started with today's... What the fuck? Volume is a bit low. Let's see. Let's hope this shit's still working. Okay. Okay. Hello. 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 Yeah. Okay. That should be fine. Everyone like the stream? I appreciate that. Yeah. Please like the stream. Do the thing. Jump over the turtle. Stomp the Goomba. All that crap. Alright. Throw the kunai. I guess. I suppose. No fucking way. No fucking way do I have to now read through the entirety. We never got Long Ring Long. No fucking way we didn't get Long Ring Long. Ha! That's so ass. That's like, actually, I don't know if you're familiar with One Punch Man's canon, but do you think Tatsumaki's statement to be able to overturn all of nature in the universe scales to solar system? I don't know. How serious are characters about like their statements? You know, is a statement like that meant to be taken literally, not literally? Is she just being like, what is the context? What exactly is the context of the statement? That would be my question. Jesus. Good morning. Got a fresh haircut and shave. Feeling good. Lovely, Drake. Lovely, man. Looking top 5 Lindo, I suppose. Absolutely lovely. Alright, I'm gonna take a picture of this. First... You know what? I'll take these. Don Quixote do Flamingo. Wait 1 second, guys. Alright. Alright. Head of yourself to an enemy ship, taking waves, ready to cannon. The ship is completely disorganized. They'll get swallowed up. There's nothing here. Alright. I guess we have to start moving to Long Ring Long. Ladies and gents, more than likely just gents, but yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do this. Okay, if the Beast Pirates were to invade the Big Mom Pirates, what do you think would happen with the Big Mom Pirates having the home advantage with their more numerous numbers and traps? I think like the only traps they really have is in that forest, right? Good morning, by the way, John Kraut. How is Long Ring Long not popping up for you? I see it all in the library. Is it in the library? I guess I never downloaded it. I must have missed it. I must have missed it then. Let's see. One Piece. Long Ring Long. Okay. Yeah, I just missed it. I literally just missed it. Oh, thank God. And we have all the fucking statements too. Oh, thank God. Oh, jeez, oh God. Thank goodness. Thank goodness now. I would have totally have lost my shit if we didn't have that. By the way, Kaido versus the Ten Tails thing, I think would be a decent fight only because of Ten Tails regeneration. Kaido would just speed blitz at that point. I feel like people really overvalue how powerful like the Ten Tails' regeneration actually is. I feel like it's genuinely being overvalued. Cause like, yeah, the thing's got crazy regeneration, I guess you could say, but like there is a limit to how much chakra the thing has, and we know that chakra, especially when it's used for the sake of healing, is a lot more, you know. I'm gonna just delete these. And then I'm gonna transfer this all here. Beautiful. Wait. Damn it. How do I get everything out of the folder? One second. I'm back. We're gonna delete this. You can force any of the movies into the timeline if you really want, but then they would be obligatory to watch and understand. I'm gonna need this for the SBS. SBS. I'll just delete that one, and I'll delete this, and then there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Gotta cover a couple things. How's everybody doing? So yeah, we're just compiling data. We're just compiling stuff. We're gonna write stuff down. I gotta keep pushing along with this. Sorry for the wait. Sorry for like the back and forth. By the way. Oh yeah. What were you talking about, bro? Are you reading all of One Piece just for Naruto Luffy? Because that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. By the way, for the conversation with the Ten Tails that I posted on the channel that I made, well, that I made the channel post for, I think that people honestly overvalue how powerful the Ten Tails like regen is, because it's like, what's the Ten Tails gonna do? Like, what besides regeneration? What does the Ten Tails really have? I have not. I played the God of War. I've played like some portions of the God of War games. I have not actually sat down to, I just don't care for God of War. It just does not interest me in the slightest bit. I've tried it, just not for me. Forget region. I just left the comment on that. The mobility difference, not speed, is astronomical. Hey, where am I from? I'm from the United States. To be honest, thinking back on it, with the exception of Katakuri himself, most of the Sea Commanders and anyone below are kind of buns. Yeah, I agree. Hey, what's up, Null? Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's like the prayers and RuneScape, the healing and life drain curse takes a lot more than damage mitigation. You should pretty close done with the scan collecting. I should be close. Thanks to you guys, honestly. Thanks to you guys. I wish I would have taken in the precaution to like. Honestly, this was mostly on me. this was mostly on me, but some of the scans were actually when I told some of you guys to like when we started to like compile some of the data and I told you guys to get some of the stuff, I made the mistake of asking you guys in some cases to like do the old format that I had, like chapter then page number, chapter then page number, like we did for Skypea, like you see right here, 218 P14. And that ended up actually screwing me over because later when I was missing some extra like pages for the chapters, not just to say that they were necessarily all important, but I just like having like the entire stockpile together, or like I just like having the idea of like having the arc together, so that way I'm not missing like any context, just in case, because there might be like a statement somewhere that might even remotely change my opinion, and created like this bit of a scenario where like, holy shit, now actually, yeah. It created a bit of a fuck shit scenario for me, because I'm like, now I have to look through this again, and I don't have to like try to fix it. Yeah, especially like if I need like stuff in between. That was mostly on me though. Yeah, that was just on me though. Hope you guys are good though. Gets low diff by Peckham's. How far does an L get into Whole Cake Island due to the insane destructive capability? He literally loses to like any commander. He loses to like basically any of like Big Mom's stronger kids. Anyone that has Armament Hockey is just a death sentence for him. I left the community recently because I just saw the post today. Left a comment recently. Oh, I could check out the comments. Did you guys want me to check out the comments first for the arguments? Let me put this up first, right? Before we do research, you guys want to actually cover like some of the posts, because I didn't read it. I liked all the posts. I didn't really like sit down to like really internalize. Should we go over the Ten Tails versus Kaido post? Check out comments. Let me know about that. I didn't really put too much thought into that one. I was more so just like, from my understanding of where the Ten Tails and Kaido scale, you know, I was like 50-50 on it. I was like, you know what? I'll just throw it in there. Let's see what everybody else thinks. Julius Socrates. If I go by like one of my mods scaling, Julius or Lucius, curb stomps. If I go by, actually I have nothing else to go by. One of my mods says that like, what is it? Black Clover's like deep into like multiversal, so sure that he curb stomps. I just don't know what else to say. I don't have any actual scaling metrics for Black Clover right now. I don't really have an idea, so I'll just go with that. Lucius said curb stomp. Thoughts on Brook, who has no hockey blocking and ACOC attack? What do people think it's ACOC? What about that last chapter even remotely implies that the attack was ACOC? Let me check out like the last few pages of that. Okay, yeah. Like, what about this is an ACOC attack? Where is it implied that this thing is ACOC? Like, do people just assume Emu has ACOC? I guess, maybe. I mean, a spear against the shield? I don't know, man. It's because the community believes that Black Lightning equaling ACOC bullshit. But yeah, but that wouldn't be the case because we've seen Black Lightning prior to even knowing about Advanced Conqueror's Hockey. Julius should win. He has time magic causing rapid aging. Yeah. Now, Lucius' power comes from the time power because Black Clover as a verse is close to Naruto and One Piece. Yeah, listen, man, I don't have an opinion on that right now because I haven't sat down to actually scale the series. I'm just going with my mod. My mod's scaling has led them to. They really do like the series, but so you know you could always probably amount to them really liking it, to them trying to like scale it to as high as possible. But either way, man, I don't really know. I don't really care. If Lucius is multiversal, that's fine. If Lucius is planetary, that's fine. If Lucius is solar system, that's fine. I don't care. If he's multi-continental, that's fine. Like I said, I don't really personally care. They're all physical power. Correct me if I'm wrong. For what? For Black Clover? For Black Clover, I guess. But at the same time, they do scale to their magic, so I don't know. But it's probably just because of like some statement within the series. I'm positive that DB is doing Naruto versus Luffy. They did Cell versus Robot, Sonic, in a cast battle now, so they're definitely doing Luffy versus Naruto. Yep, sadly, though a majority of the community is using Black Lightning to try and improve ACOC usage, same people think Yamato has ACOC. Doesn't Yamato actually have ACOC, though? Doesn't Yamato actually... Yamato One Piece. Yeah, there we go. Is a user of Supreme King Haki, a very rare form of Haki. Rapid King, the first awakened, result of Yamato running away, knocking out Kaido subordinates. As a result, demonstrates the advanced application of infusion, something that only a handful of people can do. Often imbuing his weapon, Takeru, causing a stream of black lightning to emit from it. Shown with the Rame Hake. Yamato's advance, also strong enough to hurt Admiral Ryokugyu. I guess Yamato has ACOC, yeah. I was like 90% sure they did. Cool. Huh. Who do you think is going to defeat Imu? Obviously Luffy. It's either Luffy or Blackbeard. Either Luffy or Blackbeard. I would put my money on Luffy. Has never been stated or implied. He has COC, but you can see even with the wiki they use Black Lightning to prove the ACOC usage. I don't know. I don't know, man. Dragon? No, I don't think Dragon's gonna beat Imu. Why? I feel like that is just way too out of the actual like narrative. All right, you guys want to check out the post? Let's check out the post real quick, then we'll head in. Did you see my idea for short videos higher up in the chat? I'm sorry, Johnny. Let me see. To be honest, busted abilities. I think since you're doing Naruto versus Luffy's taking so long, what about doing some shorts or short battle to help pay your bills? My bills are fine for now. I don't really have like a lot to worry about in terms of like monetary issues, but like I have been thinking about maybe making some shorts. I was actually thinking about turning this Kaido versus the Oda problem. I was thinking about actually turning this post into a short within the next few days. Probably I could probably spend like Sunday, depending on how I'm feeling. I could probably spend like Sunday or like next week working on this. But the shorts don't really like help out monetarily speaking that much. They actually get you like way less fucking bag. But that's only because like shorts are a lot easier content to take in, and they're not, and you can't really like throw ads in them. So yeah, it does affect how much one can earn from them. That's why I'm like, if I do make shorts, it's mostly just for the sake of making shorts. It's not really to help like the channel monetize. Hockey seems to have an issue being visually inconsistent, which causes confusion. It does. I'm fine with Yamato having ACOC. If people think she doesn't, I don't really care. It's fine. I don't really argue for Yamato. Prime Modulo Yuji versus Sukuna, I don't know what to tell you, Peter. Yuji has, like, a couple of feats. He seems really powerful. I haven't seen a domain expansion yet. There's a couple of things that I still need to see from Yuji before I think he can beat Sukuna. Or at least a statement. If I can get a statement, I'm willing to at least accept it. If Luffy never existed, who do you think would happen to the wider One Piece world? They would be fucked. They would actually be fucked. Like, there is nothing about like, Luffy, unironically, has saved so many people from, like, the shittiest situation possible. I genuinely don't even think Arlong stops, like, the head of the... Zoro, basically put it like this. Zoro gets shot to death. Usopp likely gets killed along with, whatever the heck his girl's name is. Buggy blows up the town. Nami never defeats Arlong. Sanji and them get taken down by Don Krieg. Like, if Luffy literally doesn't show up, Kobe never joins the Marine, so on and so forth. How quick can you make a video if you had the audio and scan preset up? How quickly can if I have the script, the audio, and the scans already all done out, like, set up, I can get the video done in like 2-3 weeks. If we're talking like a regular video, like a 15-minute video, I can get that done in like less than a week. If we're talking a 30-minute video, give me like 2 weeks. Not even 2 weeks. Give me like 30 to like an hour would be like about 2 weeks for me. 10 to 15 to 20 minutes would be about a week's worth of time for me. If I'm talking like, if we're talking like a 2 hour long video, I'd probably need like a month's worth of editing. Cause it only really work. I can only really explain it if you guys. I can only really explain it to you guys if I actually like pull up Vegas. Actually, let me just pull up Vegas real quick. I'll just pull up Vegas. I think people really, some of them take Mihawk lightly. He used the battle. Hey, let's go to abstract. Hope you're doing good, man. I'll pull up Vegas real quick. I'll have it in the background, and then we'll get back to Jaya. See what people say. So 3 words, Flame Dragon Bomb. Most people seem to be in agreement with Kaido. I guess I could agree with that. Kaido, the Ten Tails acts like a wild Pokemon. Alright, so like, let me see. Is it in Vegas? Vegas projects. Let's pull up this one. So this is the video for Naruto versus Fishman Island. Give it 1 second. Yeah, just ignore missing files and leave them offline. Yeah. Alright. So this is like the entirety of like an editing timeline for me. Yeah. So this is about the entirety of the editing timeline for me, including music, etc., etc. For those of you that may not know, I'll just delete this track real quick. For those of you that, so, actually, none of you would know. So, what I like to do first and foremost is that, like, as I start up a video, I first set up, like, let's say, the sound timeline. And then from there, I set up, you know, my logo thing, and then we go from there, right? I like to throw in images just first and foremost. I like to, like, go through the timeline once through and through. I actually got this from watching a Doug video, where he was, it was one of, like, the videos titled, like, My Mod and I, where we're playing a game, but we progressively get higher every single time on stream. There were moments where his editor would actually pop up in the middle of the stream to like, well, they were also getting high off of a THC pen, and they were essentially going back and forth, basically showing that, like, you know, they comb through once through, then they go again, and then they go again. Basically just, you start off the timeline doing it, for example, at least in my case, I set up all the images first. So I set this up, every single image, I put them exactly where I want them to be. And then once I reach the end and set up everything that I have, that's when I actually get down to the editing process where I shave down the images, I take the parts of the images that I need, I scale them, size them, I throw everything that I need, I throw them on the sides, I pull up the pictures that I might require here, I throw in my text as I go through. Usually through this process, actually setting up the images one by one is the part that takes the longest. I can get done within a day's worth of work, let's say from like midday to 6, midday to like 8 midday between like 6 to 8, between like 6 to 8 hours, I can basically edit straight through like 20 to maybe 25 minutes worth of time. The part that honestly takes the longest is just setting up the images because it is a big pain in the ass. After that, I basically set up. After that specifically, it just takes me like 20 minutes to actually like edit down all the images. It really does save up time. Oh, have you finished grabbing panels? Not yet, but we'll be fine. How much work do you put on a daily basis? This is just the research portion. This is like the easiest end of it. Once we get to actual editing and actual like breakdown of the video, that's when it's going to. That is when it's going to take a while, and that's when you guys are probably not going to hear from me for a while. When it comes to like the editing portions of it, I have to just lock in and I just have to work on it on my own time. It's not really about like chatting with you guys because otherwise I'll get distracted through different conversations. Let's see. Kaido takes it pretty easily, in my opinion. He is obviously much faster, and the AP could go either way depending on your interpretation of the scaling of each verse. I like the wording on this, actually, the interpretation based on each verse. But Kaido can fly, spam Blast Breath at the Ten Tails, and I find it hard to believe that he could snipe him in the air with a Biju Bomb given the speed difference. So even if you think Kaido's weaker, he can spam from afar and deal damage slowly. He can fight for days, by the way, so stamina isn't a problem. I think we've all reached this conclusion. However, the problem with this is the Ten-Tails can regenerate and has limitless chakra. I don't agree with this. So I don't believe that the Ten-Tails has limitless chakra. It just has a metric, not even a metric. It's like a metric, like a giga fuck ton of chakra. Like the thing has a lot of freaking chakra. Since the chakra comes from the planet itself, that's not true. Its chakra does not come from the well, yes and no. It absorbs chakra from the planet. That's how you could say that the divine tree got so big in the first place. But in of itself is not just constantly getting back more chakra, right? They might legitimately be stupid too, but it's alright. Just gotta lock in. Weird ass, color to gray. How you been, Six? How you doing, man? From what I've heard you say about Naruto versus Luffy, I assume you think Kaido wins. Yes, I do think Kaido wins. I don't think that, like, the Ten-Tails really does much. Like, the more I think about it, like, yeah, well, like, what does the Ten-Tails do, right? Like, the Ten-Tails has, what? Large spears, large wooden spears that it can chuck at people, but I don't think those spears are tough enough to, like, break through Kaido's hide. Like, I'm sorry if anybody thinks I'm wrong for this, but I really don't think that a wooden spear from a Ten-Tails has the power to pierce through Kaido's scales, right? You have the Ten-Tailed Beast Bomb, right? Even if you think the Ten-Tailed Beast Bombs are like, the Tailed Beast Bombs are like super duper powerful and they can definitely hurt Kaido, he doesn't have to tank them necessarily. He doesn't have to really take the hits. And it's not like the Ten-Tails is going to make some like backhanded comment about, oh, you dodged me, right? Because it was going to hurt, right? Like, Kaido wouldn't, I don't think Kaido would have an issue trying to dodge those. Then you have, like, what, the Tenpechi, the Cataclysm, but, like, what is the Cataclysm really, right? It is thunderstorms, tsunamis, earthquakes, and tornadoes. 4 natural disasters all coming in back to back to back to back, right? The only issue there is, you could maybe say, is like the flooding itself, but Kaido flies. So that also, so by sheer virtue of flying, Kaido already takes out the concept of like the earthquake and the flood. And then you have, what, tornadoes and lightning bolts? I can't tell you how powerful the tornadoes or the lightning bolts are, right? They are tornadoes and lightning bolts. Are they more powerful than like a category 10 hurricane? Are they more powerful than like the strongest bolts of lightning we've seen in our planet? Maybe. But there's nothing to imply that. All we know is that it's tornadoes and lightning bolts, right? Even if you wanted to say that, like, these are the strongest forms of lightning bolts that nature can actually create, I mean, Kaido should just scale above that because of the simple fact that when Kaido creates his tornadoes and where Kaido shoots down his lightning, well, he creates lightning storms as well, but he doesn't actually, like, manipulate lightning itself unless he's using, like, his club. But I guess that's more like a hockey thing rather than it being lightning. Regardless, like, Kaido's tornadoes actually send out shockwaves that, like, legitimately split through hills. The Ten-Tails is just creating tornadoes, right? So there's also a disparity there in terms of, like, what the characters are doing versus one another, right? The Ten-Tails just isn't fast enough, and I don't even think it's big enough, in all honesty. I don't know. I mean, Kaido should scale above Enel's Raigo and Zeus's Thunderbolts, of course. But still, you know what I mean? It's too stationary. A Biju Bomb doesn't straight up outscale Kaido's own attacks. Yeah. I agree with that. So, like, if we're talking from a perspective of, like, regeneration, I mean, like, yeah, sure, the Ten-Tails has regeneration. Who cares? Like, at that point, the Ten-Tails, remember, it's a mindless monster that shoots out and just throws around its weight and power. It's not exactly like using its power in such a way that like that it has like any level of strategy. If it keeps shooting out tailed beast bombs, I don't know how many it can shoot. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it can only shoot like 10 or 15 of those giant tailed beast bombs. I'm not even gonna tell you can only shoot 1,000 of them. But throughout an entire fight, especially throughout like let's say 24 hours, if it's only taking damage from Kaido and it's only missing Kaido through all of its attacks. Crazy, bro. You do all that editing. Must take a lot of time. Thanks, man, for the amazing... Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Porcus. Really? Kaido be a menace for the ninja lines because of his disaster-based attacks. I meant Kaido and Big Mom. Goddamn autocorrect. Part 23. Who we learning to debate? But yeah. If you guys have any arguments for, like, the Ten-Tails, I'd love to hear them. Like, honestly. Its chakra's not infinite though. It's huge, not infinite, but I doubt it can regen as fast as Kaido can deal damage. To be honest, personally, I think Kaido is stronger, so I don't think it would be a problem. Ten-Tails, so it gives Kaido immortality, so I don't know. Yeah, but the Ten-Tails, the Ten-Tails is immortal. I don't see how Kaido kills it. Heck, no one in Naruto can kill it without splitting its chakra into 9 Bijus, since it's the only way it works. Ten-Tails is what gives Kage immortality. Yeah, okay, so that's just repeats. The only thing save the Ten-Tail is regen. Other ways to win other than killing your opponent. Drunk Kaido, one shot. I do believe Kaido does win since the tailed beast durability is something to take into account. But the question is, can ten-tailed beast die physically? Because then there's a statement that implies it's possible. Apart from Kurama doing in the nuclear fission thing, let him burn himself away. I mean, they can die. Didn't the Three Tails die at one point when the third Kazekage, not the third Kazekage, the third Tsuchikage, not the Tsuchikage, the third Mizukage. Fuck. No offense, but isn't most of your video just commentary with images? I mean, yeah. I still have to set up the images. These responses kind of suck. That's kind of rude. It might not be the most. They might not always be the most. They might not always be like the most comprehensive, but I think there's still an argument to be made. Was thinking that since Naruto losing is taking a minute, maybe the mods can do a debate of some kind. I was thinking about that, Sean, actually. Yo, Bob, I was thinking about that. I mentioned it yesterday on stream, dude. Like, if you guys want to just, if you guys want to, like, actually, like, do a debate on stream and I just edit that, and I just edit it down, I can also do that. Record our lines and send you the scans and stuff to make the video. If you guys, that could possibly work too. Yeah, I could do that. I could possibly do something like that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. How far are the Sage of Six Paths getting in One Piece? Well, it depends. The Sage of Six Paths only really has, like, the fight against the Ten Tails, and that's it. It was also a fight that took him months and months and months to do. So, like, you could say that Sage of Six Paths definitely gets into post-time skip, but then the question is, how quickly does he just start to, like, falter in terms of, like, raw speed? Because the thing is that, like, the Sage of Six Paths has the Susanoo, has Creation of All Things, can probably use Izanagi, Izanami, all that shit, but it's like, Haxus can only get you so far against the verse where you still have to be able to land hits, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. And also, the Rinnegan doesn't actually give you precognition. The Rinnegan actually loses its precognitive abilities from, like, the Sharingan once it evolves into a Rinnegan. You can physically beat up a tailed beast. He snapped off the Eight-Tails horn. Yeah. Personally, this can be tricky for Kaido, but Kaido should have better scaling since it's Shippuden Ten-Tails, who scales only around multi-continental with only small planet AP. But the reason why I think this is close is because I don't think Kaido's Blast Breath can instantly destroy the Ten-Tails, and given the Ten-Tails regeneration, this will be hard, although I think a clash between a massive tailed Beast Bomb and Kaido's Blast Breath would be very fun to see. I think Kaido should win. It's just going to be low to mid-diff since the Ten-Tails regeneration and size is going to be a problem. I don't think the Ten-Tails size is going to be a problem, if I'm going to be honest, Tamari. Because, like, the issue with the Ten-Tails is that, like, at best, if you said that it was 10 times larger than the other tailed beasts, that would still only make it 170 meters tall. Or I guess long in this case, not necessarily tall. And there are plenty of One Piece creatures that are automatically bigger than that, like the giant Kraken. The Kraken in One Piece that Luffy one-shots is literally almost twice the size of it. You know what I mean? For scaling, Kaido should scale to a Whitebeard who can destroy the planet, which is large planetary, which I also think an overtime feat scale. Speed, he scales relative to Luffy in speed, who has multipliers around MFTL. For the Ten-Tails, probably around multi-continental via the Cataclysm calc and multi-continental, but you can scale to small planetary if you think that he's able to control all his chakra, and if you think the chakra scales to yourself, which you can say it doesn't. It's your opinion for this. Speed, he should be above KCM2, Naruto, and running speed. That's all I know. Overall, Kaido should win this, yeah. I can agree with that. I think that's a very good comprehensive argument. The problem with Naruto is that they have almost no speed scaling, so the best case is that there are only a few dozen times FTL at most. This gave us amazing fights, and strategy was more emphasized than brute force. But it makes a weak aspect of scale for versus battles like this Kaido versus Ten-Tails situation. Ten-Tails clearly has more power, but the sheer insanity that is One Piece speed scaling combined with willpower-based system gives a defense bypass, chakra cloak, Susanoo, sand armor, durability ignoring chakra, enhanced durability, bone armor, skin hardening, as well as intangibility negation, such as Suigetsu's water form. Then we add a sprinkle of observation haki that throws the idea of strategy out the window with all the abilities it gives, and yet you get characters that are just tailor-made to beat Naruto characters. You know what? This comment right here, I'm gonna heart it for one reason, and one reason specifically. This was an argument that I was going to make actually for my video, which is Luffy, and just by sheer scale, a lot of One Piece characters, the power system of haki is almost tailor-made to counteract everything in Naruto. Just think about it for a second. Strategy means next to nothing when you can't exactly surprise your opponent. You can't use the element of surprise. You can't really catch them off guard. You really can't quote unquote strategize against your opponents if they know what you are going to do before you do it, right? Strategy, which is one of the major components of Naruto, is kind of thrown out the window in that regard, right? Speed. A lot of Naruto characters, even if you want to say that, like, you know, they have crazy hacks or everything, most of Naruto hacks are just outright beaten by raw speed. It's not even remotely close, right? So when you have precognition versus most Naruto characters that don't have it, you could say, well, yeah, but some Naruto characters do have precognition. Look at all the Sharingan users. I mean, let's think about it, right? How many Sharingan users are there actually, especially within, like, the context of the series, right? You have Itachi, you have Sasuke, you have Madara, you have Obito, you have Kakashi, and that's kind of it, right? You have like 5 characters with a visual form of precognition, and then you have Naruto, Jiraiya, Minato, I guess, Kabuto, and Hashirama, who all use Sage Mode, which allows them to also have precognition. So it kind of creates like this weird setup of like, yes, there are Naruto characters with also precognition, but there's not that many, so it kind of limits a lot of their capabilities, right? You also have the fact that advanced armament haki legitimately just bypasses conventional durability and destroys internal organs, and you kind of get this weird setup where, like, because Naruto characters are internally weak, because they're dealing with characters that are so much faster, and because they're dealing with characters that can always sense their next move ahead of them, basically any approach that a Naruto character would normally have, in this case, strategy, outright power or hacks, or in a final case, in a final case, you know, just raw speed, they just lose in every aspect. It's kind of weird. Can you read my comment from earlier about the wider One Piece political climate? I think it's pretty interesting to wonder what will happen to the villains that achieve their goals. Okay. I was referring to the wider political world, like an Island Crocodile getting their weapons, Kaido and Big Mom in alliance with most of the villains getting their weapons and more powerful. I meant Kaido, goddamn autocorrect. Okay. Yeah, and I was talking about a wider political situation where Luffy unironically helped the Marines. Ah, you're talking about from a political aspect. What would have happened? I mean, many of the villains would have won. Crocodile 100. Like, here's the thing: Skypiea would have been wiped out. Crocodile would have been wiped. Crocodile himself would have been taken down as not taken down. Crocodile would have taken over Alabasta at the very least. And if we're talking about like the wider political world, I mean, look at it this way, right? Look at it this way. Robin dies. CP9 doesn't really have to do much of anything in that front. Frankie probably still gets taken in. Frankie probably still gets taken into the world government and has to hand over the Pluton plans. So now the world government probably has access to 2 ancient weapons. Kaido and Big Mom likely wouldn't have met each other, simply for the simple fact that Big Mom only went to Wano in the first place in order to catch up against Luffy. Like, there's a lot of cases where, like, in Kaido and Big Mom's case, they don't meet up, but also Kaido just straight up still has his army. Doflamingo continues to push continues to push weapons in the Smile Factory to Kaido. Kaido essentially just keeps building up the strength of his army. Like it kind of goes to a point where it's like we're kind of just reaching like the realm of like, these are the things that would have happened, where we're also going to reach a level of like, we're also going to reach an extent of kind of headcanon, because we don't know what's going to happen beyond the points that Luffy technically stopped, right? That guy said that you're only guy talking with images on. To be honest, with a One Piece fan like me, this is the peak form of content. Love the work, best guy around. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I mean, it's fine. I don't really care. I mean, they're not necessarily wrong. I basically just comment on how I'm interpreting things. They're not inherently wrong, but at the same time, you know, I do think I put in quite a bit of work. It does take a bit of work to set up all the images and to put it all in a way that's actually that actually flows into itself. And I think I've only gotten better at like editing and developing my arguments. Kaido, he's just stronger than the verse. You can't be serious. Momonosuke, Momoshiki, yeah. You, my guy, you need to read more Naruto and Boruto. Momoshiki significantly weaker than Kaido to back up his large planetary statements. Momonosuke. Oh, well, the Ten Tails does. Even if you think that Kaido is stronger than the Ten Tails, he's not getting past War Arc, Naruto, or Sasuke. He is. Ten Tails, Madara, or Kaguya, he likely is. And let's not talk about the Boruto. There are multiple characters that can solo the One Piece verse. There are not. Momoshiki, who's the very major first villain in Boruto, is Galaxy level. I don't agree with that. No one in One Piece is even Solar System level, let alone Galaxy. I don't agree with that. But apparently, Kaido solos the entire verse. Nah, bro. Momonosuke under Kaido equal to Gear 5 Luffy under Stage of 6 Paths Naruto. Okay. For someone who's new to power scaling, your content is peak. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you, Abstract. That's pretty nice of you. Kaido would literally one-shot the Ten Tails. I'm not even exaggerating. Kaido, normal dragon form, is larger and faster than the Ten Tails, so that beast is going to get ragdoll. Both of them can create storms. Kaido's storms are much larger and more devastating. I don't know about that. And I only say that just because I don't have an exact size for like the scale of Onigashima. Kaido literally created a tornado larger than a mountain, and that's just Kaido in his dragon form. Let me know when the Ten Tails in that size is moving faster than light like Kaido. Kaido will win because of future sight, durability, speed, and spam blast breath effortlessly. The Ten Tails is like the one big cannon Nazi Germany wonder weapon, big, noisy, slow as hell, takes a lot of time to charge, its most powerful attack, and questionable durability that if we give that we have to give benefit of doubt. On the other side, we have a drunk dragon that can fly, have some type of advantage in big bonking power. Put my money on the dragon. Hey, what's up, Scott? It's been a minute. About Zoro's fight against Lucci, I thought it was ass and forces Zoro fans to slander Sanji even more to make up for the piss poor fight like Epstein jokes. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think that like it gives like Sanji like Zoro fans time to slander Sanji fans. I don't even get why like people have to slander each other. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it was a cool fight. It was cool seeing Zoro grab the sword to move around like he did against Lucci, and then grab the sword as they stop moving through all these crazy amounts of all like these crazy movements. I don't know. I can't speak right now. I think that the fight was well animated. I think that Zoro looks really cool. I just hope that Sanji gets a moment. That's really what it boils down to. Go either way, but I had to choose a straight up fight. I'd say the Ten Tails for the most part. Kaido is faster, obviously smarter, but weaker than the Ten Tails. I don't see how Kaido can hard it. I'm gonna assume beat it. With verse equalization, Ten Tails loses because most of the time against Kaido due to Conqueror's Haki, since he's able to subdue Wild Beast, which the Ten Tails practically is. I have Kaido at MFTL with Continental Planetary to Planetary, and I have the Ten Tails at FTL speeds with large Planetary AP. I say Kaido wins easily. Dragon form outsizes Ten Tails by a good bit, but the size isn't the issue. It's a disaster level attacks that causes Kaido uses in his dragon form. Dude has tornadoes, fire blasts, wind blades, and I think lightning, if I'm not misremembering. Ten Tails has Biju bombs, yes, but I don't think he can spam them as fast as Kaido's lethal attacks. Can you explain or debunk the debunk from Gazelman? I can. I need it for a debate I'm having about Doflamingo against Itachi. The Gazelman. I'll give you a quick debunk for it. As a matter of fact, yo, Scott, just go to my video. Just go to my Luffy my One Piece is faster in light video. Just use that argument. If you need it in hand right now, like listen, the argument is right here. Just use that. But if you need the argument from me, it's simple. Gazelman is not necessarily an anti-feat because A, he doesn't blitz Luffy or Zoro. He simply grabs the child when nobody's looking and he's already far away running at them. They don't chase after Gazelman. They don't run after him. They never even shown the fact that they never literally run after him. And if you're trying to explain, well, why didn't you just blitz him in the first place? Because the story must continue. Gazelman needs to take Tama to the next village so Luffy and Zoro can show up, beat their leaders, and then take the food back because that's what gets Kaido's attention. It's a narrative, plot-related reason as to why Gazelman has to take Tama. He needs to take the girl or else Kaido never shows up and Luffy never goes to Udon Prison. There's no argument that one could remotely make to say that Gazelman even remotely or actually like debunks the entire speed scaling of the verse. Ten Tailed Beam don't take as long to launch as people make it out to be. Yeah, neither do Pacifista beams. Neither do Pacifista beams, but if we're going to argue bullshit about Pacifista beams not being light speed because they take time to charge, we're not really going to sit here and argue that the Ten Tails doesn't also take some time to charge up a beam. I'm just saying, I don't think the Ten Tails actually takes all that long, if I had to be honest with you, but we're not going to use one argument for one or one for argument for the other. I just find it always fun. I just find that argument funny. I'm not saying that you're bringing up the Pacifista either. I'm not saying that anybody here is bringing up the Pacifista. I'm just saying it's honestly funny to me that, like, if somebody tries to argue that the Pacifista beams... it was just something I was thinking about before where I was like, I mean, the Ten Tails does take time to charge up its tailed beast bombs. Can it even rapid fire them? But then at the same time, it's like, well, people always say that, like, the Pacifistas take a while to charge up. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just a thing. Chinjo's Ice Continent split doesn't scale to Continental, right? It does. I would put it at Continental. The author is saying that it's Continental and the characters can manipulate their AoE, so I would actually say so. Kaido one-shots, even if we're generous and scale the Ten Tails to Continental, which it has no feats for that, Kaido still casually scales above it. He one-shots Luffy, who pre-Gear 4 beat Don Chinja. Don Chinja could split a continent of ice as hard as diamonds, well, as hard as metal. Doflamingo scales above that. Cracker scales above Doflamingo. Katakuri scales above Cracker. Luffy grew massively after each fight. Kaido one-shot Luffy, who's dozens of times stronger than Don Chinjao. AP isn't debatable. Kaido wins. Speed isn't debatable either. One Piece scales much faster. Fodder New World Pirates are light speed to FTL. The Ten Tails scales below Jubidara, who has a single light speed attack. Kaido wins by a massive margin. With hacks and power, the Ten Tails has no real hacks, no ability. It has big chakra that destroys mountains. It's big. Its best feat is a cataclysm that triggers natural disasters over a wide area. That's it. Kaido's blast breath also destroys mountains, but his is better since it burns a clean hole through Onigashima. His dragon form is larger than the Ten Tails. He can cause natural disasters too. Less variety, but more destructive scale. He has flight, all forms of hockey. His Conqueror's hockey might even tame it. This fight is completely one-sided. There's literally nothing the Ten Tails can do. I kind of do agree with that. I kind of do agree with that. We forget about AP and DC discussion altogether for this Ten Tails, and most tailed beast bombs for that matter are more like turrets than beasts, as in they stand / sit in a place and shoot and attack whatever comes close. There is one I remember, the Ninetales jump, and its first intro, and the anime it starts. Kaido, on the other hand, I presume we're talking about dragon form, beast versus beast type battle. Kaido dodges Hydra in his dragon form, and that's all we need to talk about. No matter what the Ten Tails shoots, throws, strikes, Kaido can dodge. He has future sight to boot. If he wishes so, he can enter into a shooting battle with the Ten Tails where Kaido can dodge, but the Ten Tails simply sit still. As I said, AP and DC don't matter. We can put them both at mountain range, island range, or put Ten Tails over Kaido. The level of mobility is like heaven and earth. We've seen Kurama rapid-fire Biju blasts. Yeah, we have. But those Biju blasts also aren't as powerful as a full-force Biju bomb. This argument is pretty terrible. The only way you get the Ten Tails to Multi-Continental is through his Cataclysms. Yeah, the only way you get the Cataclysms to Multi-Continental is through Calcs. Yeah. Kaido solos the verse. The dude outpowers, outspeed, outtanks the best twats in Naruto. Alright. Has to offer. I don't agree with that. Cax doesn't even matter when you're blitzed. Also, no stupid verse equalization. Therefore, Kaido doesn't know trying to be Genjutsu. I don't think the Ten Tails would Genjutsu him. It's highly split on if calcs are reliable. You can use calcs. No one is telling you can't use calcs. As a matter of fact, my mods use calcs. They actually prefer to use calcs, all of them. I just don't adhere to them. You can use calcs or you cannot use calcs. Either way is fine in my opinion. All I'm saying is that you only get the Ten Tails to multi-continental if you use calcs. That's really all I'm trying to say. Low-key saying no verse equalization is just One Piece fans' way of coping. Verse equalization is Naruto's fan way of coping because they know that they have no way around Logi intangibility, future sight, or Conqueror's hockey. Hockey's very existence means One Piece characters will benefit more from verse equalization. They can literally shut down any hacks their opponents try to use. Observation Hockey can bypass Genjutsu, not only because One Piece characters can fight with their eyes closed, Fujitora, but they even still use Future Sight, but the use of one Sharingan to cast Genjutsu is an intent. Observation Hockey gives the user awareness precognitively of intent too. Even power levels, it's on another level than even the Sharingan. Ironically, hack-based Jutsu are the only proper way an observation user can be hit, since you've made versus equalize. Hockey flexing can destroy any elements created from Jutsu. Note that I have not mentioned that in the story. Armament Hockey can deflect any form of projectiles. The OG Admirals, alright. Yeah, alright. I don't know about that. I think of the Akatsuki I think all of the Akatsuki, all of them would beat Kaido if we were talking together. Their primes, including Jubito. I disagree. I'd like to hear your reasoning for this, but I would disagree. I kind of disagree. You actually calc stuff yourself? That's cool. Tamori, can you give me your reasoning for like the Akatsuki? I'd love to hear that. Ten Tails attacks are slow for Kaido. Kaido just one-shots because he has higher AP. What makes you think Kaido has higher AP? He one-shots Prigonishima, who is small planetary. Okay, I do not think that Luffy's small planetary, but yeah. I guess I guess I could probably understand your line of reasoning. Currently, I know the question isn't for me. The God Knights have been a little underwhelming, considering that they are Emu's PMC, Private Military Corps. I think that's what that means. I expected them to do a lot better since they're a little early judging, but hey, currently they rely too much on their hacks. I would suppose when you consider that the Revs are cautious of them, the Revs aren't the strongest fighter, it makes sense that the God Knights aren't as powerful as we think it should be. I can understand that thought. I personally don't feel underwhelmed by them since we haven't seen a good and actual number actually fight on screen, and for the most part they've actually been doing a good job in Elbath. Unfortunately for the Straw Hats are here, and Summers is kind of an idiot though. It's possible that they could just win in some form of arc. Or Continental? Okay. Restricted to Kaido to dragon form. Honestly, Kaido or full dragon form is beating. Wins the mass AoE attacks. Hybrid form wins because I highly doubt the potential of surviving a few Ragnarok who's a destroyer death straight to the head. So it's a matter of barrage barrage AoE death and lethal kills. Ten Tails doesn't have that many speed feats. You could argue light speed FTL, but he's nowhere near the top tiers of the Riz. Kaido should handle it. Depends on the full power because Ten Tails with just 7 of the tailed beasts has a small portion of the chakra from Gyuki and Kurama with small planetary, so powerful Ten Tails with all the tailed beast chakra could be large planetary, and the Ten Tails I believe is FTL plus the same speed as Kaido. Ten Tails nukes the verse quite easily. Ten Tails likely wins mass. It's mass healing. What do you mean it's mass? One smart. What do you mean it's mass? What do you mean it's mass? If you're still here, I'm curious. Is Kaido bigger than the Ten Tails? You can argue it. You can probably argue it actually. There's a way to argue it if you use pixel scaling. If you use pixel scaling, Kaido should be larger than the Ten Tails. But the reason why I think that Katsuki beats Kaido is all because, yes, it's going to be hard to catch Kaido in a Genjutsu, but I think that it'll eventually catch him in one. And I do think it's going to be pretty difficult to get out of it. Do you think that you think that, like, observation haki, which affects... Do you believe that observation haki, which goes beyond the 5 senses, because it allows you to sense people without the use of the 5 senses? We know this from a Kinemon, who was able to tell that there were people around him, even though his body wasn't touching anyone. He knew where his midsection without a head and legs could know exactly where to attack, even though it wasn't touching anybody, it wasn't sensing anybody, it wasn't hearing anybody, sorry, not sensing, it wasn't listening to anybody, it wasn't seeing anybody, it wasn't smelling anybody, right? Like, Genjutsu only affects the 5 senses, so Kaido should still, with observation haki, still work through Genjutsu. I was gonna say the only problem is that I felt like Zoro should have to blitz Luffy and blitz Lucci since they tend to go all out. I'm just using this as an excuse to slander Sanji. I'm actually mess with them. Mangekyo Sharingan users inject chakra users. No, only one Mangekyo Sharingan user ever did that. Not all of them can just inject chakra into the user. The opponents to know the ordinary Genjutsu affects the person's chakra, therefore it can't work against people in other verses who can't use chakra. Bro, I get why you don't like pixel scaling, but why don't you use calcs that don't use that? Things like destruction of things we know can estimate the sizes without pixel scaling. Except even when you're trying to estimate size, it's still all based on an entire concept of assumption. You're essentially assuming what material, what the durability, what the toughness of the material, or what the toughness of the landscape, the materials, all those things that they're destroying, and in a lot of cases you just can't equate that. Like, for example, how tough is the actual content of ice? Pickaxes and fire can't scratch it, so it's tougher than, like, the metal from a pickaxe, but to what extent? Is it tougher than titanium? Is it tougher than diamonds? Is it tougher than iron? Is it tougher than steel? You know what I mean? Like, there too many assumptions go into it, so why the hell would I care about a calculation that somebody got when they still had to go through, like, once again, all of these assumptions. Like, if the value that you get still comes out from the other end because of assumptions, I just don't have to care at that point. It is still a value that you got based entirely on assumptions. Therefore, it just does not matter to me. It still boils down to a value gotten from an opinion. An assumption is an opinion. That's basically all I can give you. Can't they snatch Kaido's soul or something? Most of the Akatsuki don't have the ability to snatch Kaido's soul. Only one of the paths can, and it's the human path. I don't think the human path is going out of its way to like grab Kaido and rip its soul out. If you think they can keep him in place long enough. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. That's only if they can get Kaido down, but they probably can't. Also, without verse equalizing, how does Genjutsu work outside of the verse? We all know it just doesn't. They need an entire separate organ just to be able to manipulate it. By the way, what's good, Jake? Hope you're doing good, man. I do think the 10 tails is heavier than Kaido. I mean, but what does weight matter? I'll ask you this, since you think that like size scaling doesn't matter, why does weight matter then? Because my entire argument for size scaling, especially for like Momu and Gamabunta, the entire time was that Momu is over twice as large as Gamabunta, therefore it has to be twice as heavy. And now you're saying that you think that the 10 tails is heavier than Kaido, even if it's more compact based on Sensory Team's measurements. So if you're saying that the 10 tails is heavier than Kaido and that affects what you think about the battle, then it's fine for me to say that because Momu is twice as large as Gamabunta, and it should likely be heavier than Gamabunta, Luffy can grab Gamabunta by the throat, and then he can just send him flying. You should have no issue then with me making any size scaling, because the size scaling is mostly just to assume weight. That's all. I'm just saying I find that interesting. I think that the Akatsuki only win based on Deidara's microscopic bombs and the Totsuka blade, but I do believe that the Totsuka blade seals when it's thrusted into the opponent. I do believe that the Totsuka blade could be a jutsu that they could use, but I don't think the microscopic bombs are worth it because you have to consider, Abstract, that One Piece characters have insane durability. Like, the durability that One Piece characters have is unironically not something to joke about. And I mean this in the most sincere way possible. There's plenty of clips of characters, especially like Dory and Bragi, who are giants, literally drinking kegs of, where the fuck is it? Little Garden? No, it's in Alabasta, right? Where they literally take in kegs of explosives that basically blow them up from the inside. Here. They can literally take explosions from the inside. The reason why the micro bombs literally took out Sasuke is because they have no internal durability. They just blew up his cells little by little. I don't think that Deidara has the attack potency to actually blow up Kaido from the inside, considering how much tougher they are. Yeah. For instance, Orochimaru's Hydra form has his head slashed and it wasn't sealed. It was just stabbed. Yeah, I do think it needs to be stabbed. I still don't think any One Piece characters can tank a TSO. I think that's fair. I think that's fair if you don't think that they can tank a TSO. I think that's fine. Hey man, off topic, but can you recommend me an underrated anime I've watched? Can you recommend me some underrated anime I've watched? Can you tell me some underrated one? I think, here, I'll give you one right now. Fibrain. If you want something a little different, if any of you want to check out a series that's a little different, but it does take an approach to like sort of the idea of like combating others, but not through like fists or through like anything crazy, I would recommend Fibrain Puzzle of God. It is a series about kids who essentially get put into these giant constructed puzzles that essentially, if you fail the puzzle, you die, you lose. If you succeed in the puzzle, you defeat the giver. You have givers and you have takers. Takers, I think that's what they call. Basically, puzzle givers and puzzle takers. It's pretty interesting, and it has some philosophies in there that I think you guys might enjoy. I don't know if you're gonna like it, but it's something a little bit different that I think anybody here that's trying to get something new to watch, I think you guys might enjoy it. Anyone's a good panel of the 10 tails with other tailed beasts around it. I have a panel right here. This is what I mean when I say that, like, the best you can give the 10 tails, if I had to be just straight up honest, is like 170 meters. Like, and I mean that, again, and I mean that genuinely speaking, the, like, nicest way possible. I don't think I can give the 10 tails anything more than, like, maybe 170 meters in size. Like, slightly under the size of, like, a mountain. See, look. This is the 10 tails in comparison to Naruto's QB cloak and the 8 tails. Even if you, like, honestly, I think it's only like 5 times bigger. If I had to be honest, I think it's only like 5 times bigger at best. Which would only put the 10 tails at like 80 meters. If I had to give you a size range, it's only like 80 meters. And that's only off of like an eyeball. I'm not going to give you some pixel scaling because I don't believe in that stuff. I'm just saying off of an eyeball, it's like 5 meters. And off of like the best interpretation possible, like 10 times the size, that's like still only 170 meters tall. Maybe 200 meters if you want to just, again, give it every benefit of doubt. Yeah, the Ten Tails just is not that big in my opinion. Kaido is just too much. I mainly use the chain scaling with it in early Wano arc. Luffy to moon level. Genjutsu needs to be verse equalized in order to work cross verse. The only way Akatsuki could beat him is through Kamui or sealing. Even Usopp, who is a normal guy, survives insane attacks that easily kill a normal person in real life. What's up, Ib? An old man survived an island level blast. Shandora survived island level streams. Regular humans tank hits from Frankie's ships in Water 7. Yep. Those fodder samurai made Kaido scream. What's stopping Kaido from getting pressed by the Akatsuki easily? The fact that those fodder samurai are actually more powerful than the entirety of the Akatsuki. Since none of the One Piece characters have resistance to existence eraser, so if Kaido doesn't get hit with a TSO, it's game over, but it's gonna be really hard to hit him with one since Future Sight. Okay, I was just giving an opinion of the argument, but that they have a wing con, but that's crazy. I didn't know that was a thing in One Piece. What was the thing in One Piece? What did I mention? Well, throwing Gamabunta is going to take him out of the isn't going to take him out of a fight. I was picturing Kaido and the Ten Tails knocking each other around in a more standard beast fashion where weight matters more. I mean, weight matters in general. Luffy grabbing Gamabunta by the throat and tossing him far off of an island is not necessarily something that that I would also say Gamabunta is just going to get up from. I think if they all attack closely at the same time, Jubito can hit him with one since you have to dodge all of them once, even with observation haki. Yeah, but then you also have Kaido literally dodging faster than light attacks from Luffy. A Gum Gum Hydra. You also just have Kaido dodging a Gum Gum Hydra, so it's like, you have to genuinely just believe that Kaido does not move. Like, that's the thing, right? I think that you genuinely just have to believe that Kaido just never moves. Because, like, saying that, like, if all the Akatsuki attack him at the same time and, what's-his-face is able to, like, land a hit, it should be enough to kill Kaido, but it's like, not really. And I only say this because Kaido does just straight-up dodge Snake Man. Like, he just straight-up hard blitzes the ever-living hell out of Snake Man through an omnidirectional FTL attack. Yeah. Through an omnidirectional FTL attack, like, Kaido objectively just dodges Snake Man. That's the thing. It's like, none of the Akatsuki get to light speed, and Luffy's attacking it faster than light speeds, right? So it's like, I get the reasoning, I get the logic, and I get the win condition. I just don't see how they do it. You know what I mean? I just don't see it. Because, like, here's Kaido even just tanking these hits. They're probably applying internal destruction. He's attacking Kaido from, like, every distance, and he's just dodging it. Like, what am I supposed to tell you, right? Do we really think that Kaido's getting pressed for a TSO bomb by a bunch of people that aren't light speed when he's just doing this against Luffy? I don't know, man. Nope, we never got on yesterday. No, we never got on yesterday. She and I didn't actually end up chatting. Come back to me by the end of the week. How about that? Come back to me by the end of the week. How much pushback do you expect after the video drops? A lot, but I don't really care. The pushback can be whatever it is to be. People are allowed to believe whatever they want to believe. I'm not here to tell anybody that they are objectively wrong in any sense, because obviously we're talking about our opinions based on these fictional series. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, if people disagree with me, I think that's fine. I don't think I'm not the guy who's gonna end the debate once and for all. But there's gonna have attack him closely instantly. I mean, but that's the thing. You're saying instantly, but it's like, how could, yeah. I don't know how they attack him instantly. The Akatsuki versus CP9 or CP9 victims. All I have to bring up is the FTL feat that Sasuke performed to upscale. What FTL feat does Sasuke perform that upscales the Akatsuki? What FTL feat does Sasuke perform? Crazy how Okarun slams the entire Naruto verse. I'm really excited for this video. It's definitely going to get at least 500,000 views. I hope so, man. I would hope so. I appreciate that, Zaiming. So in chapter 988, take the number of Nangi to be 30 meters. The door is 30 meters tall. The mountain is 100 meters. Kaido is 150 meters. Kaido is relative to 350 meters. Maybe. Kaido knows when he needs to dodge. Yeah. The comment from earlier about Haki sensing Sharingan intent to do something makes a lot of sense. I can indeed sense... they can indeed sense that. I don't know. Maybe. Even then it's arguable. I just remember Naruto has precognition. Yeah, he does. Low key, low Kirk. Why are you saying low Kirk? I'm about 100% it before you finish it. I agree. Kaido beats them all in areas. Akatsuki need hacks, but I think Kaido wins. Plus, the Akatsuki are lacking in durability and recovery. One solid attack from Kaido, and that's what ends them. Today's show should have existence erasure properties. I mean, yeah, I can agree to it having existence erasing properties. I think that's fine. I don't have an issue with that per se. How far would pre-time skip Luffy get in the Naruto verse? I think he gets into the war arc. I actually think that pre-time skip second gear Luffy is on par with KCM2 Naruto. I genuinely think that. You remember when the Sasuke had both the reaction and travel speed to escape C0 Deidara made with Manda, and the attack was akin to a light beam and he dodged it? No, the attack was not akin to a light beam. That is never stated anywhere. That is quite literally never even remotely implied everywhere. And Sasuke didn't dodge the explosion. As the explosion was happening, he summoned Manda. Manda took the hit. Manda popped back. And then Sasuke had to be summoned back. That you're misremembering that completely. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Where the hell did Sasuke Manda Yeah, this is never something stated to be even remotely akin to a beam of light. 10 kilometers, yeah. He makes a giant explosion. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Is it Orochimaru? I had Kao controlling, so how did Sasuke use Genjutsu? You're all beat up, you were interfering with me, those eyes. You hypnotized me with those eyes, how dare. Well, he's dead. Mondo was actually Orochimaru's favorite pet. You have to treat animals better, not force them into Genjutsu. I had no choice, there was no time. I can't believe you're actually the one who took down Orochimaru. Orochimaru's illness made him weak, that's all. Yeah. The explosion didn't even take out Manda. Dude, look at the color. It's in the frame. Okay. So now we're color scaling? So now we're assuming that because the explosion is this color, that it's supposed to be a beam of light? Cool. You can believe that. I have no reason to. Honestly, no. Non-six-path characters can handle high tiers in One Piece. Why even use the Akatsuki? They cannot beat a single person on this earth that can make a convincing argument. Yeah. Alright. That's enough of that. Drop the bass. The what? Drop the bass. Oh. Alright, color scaling. Oh god, the goalpost is moving. Yeah. Glowing doesn't equal light speed. I agree with that. Alright. Yo, my dad just got a new TV with all the One Piece movies. That's awesome, Jake. Love that for you guys. Absolutely awesome, dude. Alright. So, where the hell is the thing I used to clean my glasses? Whatever. I'll use my shirt. Who cares? Yeah. Naruto downplay? Why am I downplaying them? Because I don't view them in the same light that you do. Because I don't choose to interpret the color of an explosion to akin to it to being light speed. I don't think light looks like that anyway. No one ever stated Shibai to be 5D. Explain to me how I'm downplaying Naruto. Explain to me how I'm downplaying it while I actually do some research. Alright, let's start off with Long Ring Long, guys. We're finally getting to potential 1. Your Manda stim needed a bass drop. Damn. My Manda stim. Crazy. Alright. Here we go. Wait till Okaruna 5D. I'm curious. Let bro have an opinion. Even if you disagree with it. That's what I'm saying. It's hard for some people to just let others have an opinion, though. Here's the thing, though. Halton can 100% believe that shit's light speed. They just have no way of making me believe it. No scaling is objectively correct. Alright. I'm watching Baron Emma Omatsuri tonight. Baron Omatsuri. Okay. The Merry... Okay, the Mary falls from a... In any case, we made it back without dying. Thanks, Octopal. Got crazy. Sure lost lift in a hurry. What happened? Maybe we sprung a leak. Maybe the ocean. It's blue. We went to an extraordinary place. It seems even farther after we've fallen from it. Okay. Tanjiro is multiversal. And anybody who says Tanjiro isn't multiversal is done. Was the return from Skypiea when the Mary suffered too much damage? I think the Mary had already suffered quite a bit of damage because I think we saw it actually take some damage to the hull back in Skypiea, if I remember right. Okay. So 10 principles of fascism the NBA uses today. Can we watch the principles of fascism the NBA uses? Nope, I'm not doing that because I don't care A, about the NBA, and B, I have to work. Okay, the Mary falls from the sky, after the octopus balloon loses its lift. Oh, excuse me. Why are we talking about the clavicle, being mogged by the Asu frat leader? Why are we not talking about clavicle? You talking about clavicular? I don't know, man. I know Momo's power can go through dimensions, but how, Okarun? Man dropped the sails, we're heading to the next island. You got a soft spot because of the blue sea. It's a giant wave. Yeah. It's a peaceful place. It's a giant wave. On the ship's voyage has carried us all the way from my village in East Blue. If we don't repair her properly sometimes, we'll deserve whatever trouble we get. In that case, let's add a carpenter to the crew. We'll be voyaging for a long time. The Mary is our home and our life. This is a character who will protect. He's right. Once in a blue moon, hit the nail on the head. Yep. Yeah, I think, if I remember right, it did get split in half. But One Piece fans try to use the data books like Naruto fans, how crazy or weak would One Piece be? Well, you can technically upscale the characters quite a bit if you do that. You can generally upscale the characters quite a bit. I personally use one data book statement, which is the French translation for Luffy being 10 times stronger and faster with second gear. So I think it's fine. Tier 6 true chat. He's only a tier 4 chat. Clavicular, I thought the guy was funny at first, but when I found out that the dude was doing, that dude was doing like crystal meth in order to help him like maintain his weight and size, yeah, I already imagined like, no, this dude's just a bad influence for anybody or anything that even remotely finds this kind of thing interesting, man. It is so fucking annoying, dude. The dude's weird. The dude's weird, like, gets some level of popularity on the internet and then immediately just starts hanging out with some of the worst people out there, bro. I don't know. Admiral Aokiji is the greatest power in the Marines. Not an honest fellow in the whole family. Sea monkeys, report. What is it? Just this island in front of us now. Don't listen. It's not safe. Chopper will go around. No captain, no navigator, no flag, no sail, no energy, no teamwork. That's not how you form a crew. Yeah. He did a lot of things. Clavicular has done a lot of things. He was also with the guys when they did that HH song, dude. When he was at the club with all the guys and they were doing the HH song. I don't know why people like have let. I'm actually happy that like they got banned from all of the clubs in Miami and all hospitality locations in Miami. What you did a video on One Piece fans scaled One Piece like Naruto fans? What if I did a video? Oh, what if I did a video on, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know if I would want to do that. I feel like you should check Look Outside. I did show it to you like half a year ago, but hey, major update that added harder buses in the end. The visitor is OP. Cool. I'm not gonna lie, after Expedition 33, I have a big bar to meet. A lot of games have like just raised the bar. Whoa, what's up, Chop? Whoa, a person. Moron. No person is that hairy. That thing's a bear. It's a long bear. That bear's long. Yo, guys, it's a long bear. The bear is long. The long is bear. The bear. Guys, Akainu is the most overrated character in terms of power scaling inverse. Who's your favorite One Piece villain? Not based on strength or something, based on just found out like he's a cool guy. I like Kaido. I think Kaido's an interesting concept of a villain. Or at least like an interesting take of a villain. I don't know yet. I've never really looked at like One Piece villains and thought like, man, these villains are so badass, they're so cool, like they're like my favorite villains of all time. Like I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Rob Lucci is interesting in concept. I think Rob Lucci's pretty interesting in concept too. No idea who Clavicular is. He just keeps posting this Clavicular gets frame mugged by frat leader. Perron and Khalifa. Who do you think Luffy's next opponent is? Probably gonna be like Emu. Hopefully. I don't know, man. Isn't that a house? Seems right. He's like a carpenter. Keep removing. Okay. Alright, I don't think I need anything like this. Let me look up Long Ring Long. I do think it's too early to fight Emu. I mean, he could fight Emu. I think it's fine. I think Luffy can show up and fight Emu. I think it's a good way to introduce both Emu and Luffy to each other. You know what I mean? I think it's fine. The Straw Hats have to find... The Straw Hats, including Luffy, have to be able to meet Emu at some point. You know what I mean? They just have to be able to meet the guy at some point, so it kind of brings up an issue of, like... It kind of then creates an issue of, like, if Luffy doesn't meet Emu in this arc, when the hell is he going to, right? Yeah, like, Emu possessed Gunko. The guy I'm debating right now is pointing out an inconsistency by talking about Gazelle Man for Luffy while using Haku for Naruto and calling me a hypocrite for pointing out the inconsistency for Naruto. Well, it's not an inconsistency for One Piece, and it's not an inconsistency for Naruto. Haku can be light speed. There are enough pieces of information throughout the fight between Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku that implies Haku does not want to kill them. Haku's ability to travel at light speed goes between the mirrors. When Haku goes to attack Naruto, he's not traveling between the mirrors, so it's not inconsistent. Also, nobody else in Naruto scales to Haku's speed, so it's not inconsistent. Gazelle Man, there is a narrative reason why Gazelle Man has to take Haku. If they cannot understand that, if they cannot accept that argument, and they're just going to call it as an inconsistency, that means that they're being disingenuous, likely, and you just don't have to continue the conversation with them. You just don't have to. But Haku is faster than Kid Naruto. Haku is faster than Kid Naruto. Lots of trees, as tall as the still. 10 minutes to survive by eating fruit, or rather tall tale, if you ask me. How come only that one's wide instead of long? Come into my house. There's a wide cat. I love the white cat. Data books are so inconsistent to the point they're unusable. Can't find the milk, but how about this cheese? Don't look away like that. That's the milk from 10 years ago, isn't it? Please call a doctor. Doctor, wait, that's me. The island is called Long Ring Long. It's actually shaped like a long ring. It's normally divided into, by the sea, into 10 islands. Long Ring Long is so large. Long is so large that it is normally divided by the sea into 10 islands. The true nature is one giant ring-shaped mass. Using that window once every 3 years, we mitigate from one island to another. Okay. If they change the island every 3 years, it'll take you 30 years to come to circumvent. Circuit back here. A horse is the most beautiful horse. Why not just go by ship? We aren't seafarers. We don't know how. Besides, yeah. Oh, Shelly, you waited for me. This is such a cute moment, by the way. I nailed it. It's mine. Get your hands off of it. That's right. The horse belongs to the boss. Yo, who the fuck? Yo, Luffy got mad. Who the fuck are you people? I mean, they kind of are, though. The data books are kind of inconsistent. Who am I, you ask? Don't tell me you don't recognize my face. Rude, aren't they? They're the culprits. We've got to get her treated. She was shot in the leg, but she'll be okay. No signs of damage to the bone. I don't know. Why would you do that? I know your face, and who cares? Why would I know your face? Who cares? Oh no, boss, don't get depressed. He's lying. I'm sure he knows it. He's still pretending he doesn't. He doesn't know me. Snick, 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 snick. Quit laughing, Hamburg. I'm Foxy. I'm a man who gets everything he wants. Looking at you fools over one lousy hunting animals is so much more fun. Why, you little gum-gum. Wait, Straw Hat, huh? How come you know my name? I know it. We've investigated. Luffy with 100 billion berry bounties and a minor crew of 7 with a total bounty. The Foxy Pirates challenge you the Straw Hat Pirates through a 3-coin Davy back fight run by orthodox rules. You guys think that Foxy and his crew could beat Sukuna in a fight? What do you guys think? Can Foxy and the crew take on the Sukuna Destruction Squad or whatever? All right. Foxy the pirate challenges Luffy to a 3-coin. I think the fight for the One Piece will be a Davy back fight. I think it'd be really cool if the One Piece fight ended up being a Davy back fight. Come on, hang on a second, a Davy back fight. I see that ship's nowhere near the island. Luffy, you can't. Not that game. We'll lose our companions. What's the matter? Usopp? Don't accept this challenge. I heard it, you fool. I heard it. Straw Hat, you've accepted the challenge. He said so, right, Porsche? Yeah, boss, I heard it too. You think you can take it back now? Poo, 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 poo. You can't. Or you're actually talking about the individual stat distribution charts. Or aren't you any good for your word? I am too. Don't let him pull you in. But the horse, Sherry, she'll get better. Sherry waited faithfully for 10 years, and look what you did. Hang in there. You will get bullied. You'll get the bullet out. Hold on, old man. They're pirates. A Davy back fight. That's right. The battle begins the moment the captains agree to it. Our captain is making a proposal to your captain as we speak. A proposal? That sounds dumb. If it's a challenge to fight, we accept. Don't you know it's not a fight? A Davy back is a pirate game. It's right. It began long ago on Pirate Island, a pirate paradise somewhere in the ocean. In order to get the best sailors, pirates stole pirates from each other. Pirates stole pirates? How can you be a pirate and not know that? A Davy back is a contest for crew members. We challenge you to a 3-coin game. 3 events. The winner of each game gets to choose 1 crew member from your opponents. That person will instantly become the loyal subordinate of the enemy captain and swear upon Davy Jones, pirate of the deep sea. Losing the game means losing a comrade? That's right. If your opponent's ship doesn't have anyone you want, you may strip of it until the very spirit of the Jolly Roger. You may strip of it of its very spirit, the Jolly Roger, or comrades, and your pirate at stake. If you want to win, you get stronger, but if you lose big, it's a vicious game. Cool. If you guys don't believe me, check out all the other YouTubers from years ago that have been consistently right about Naruto being above the Rubberman's verse. So wait, you're saying that we should look at videos from other people because you're saying that they're consistently right, even though their opinions are just that, opinions, Helton. How can they be objectively right? How can they be consistently and objectively right? I guess if you look at the scaling without any kind of nuance and you just agree to everything that they say, then sure, I guess. Like, sure, I guess. If you don't challenge any of those ideas or whatever, I don't know, man. I think it's a bit of cope. I think it's honestly a bit of cope. And you've met the Fang Pirates. They victim to our game. They're our new comrade. Go Foxy Pirates. As a matter of fact, I'm the former captain. I'm their former doctor. I'm their former navigator. I'm their former captor. Ship's complete takeover. How stupid. We never accept a challenge like that. Because it's always been word of mouth and info. And the info is very convincing. So it's word of mouth. So it's not objective evidence, it's word of mouth. It's opinion. You're basically saying, I like their opinions. They have a very convincing opinion. That's what you're saying. It's their opinion. Word of mouth is opinion. And I am convinced by their opinion. Like that's what I'm getting at from your comment. Because if it's somebody else telling me who wins in a verse, I'm sorry, I'm going to, especially if I know what the verses are, especially if I know how to scale the verses, I promise you, I don't care what conclusion anybody else is gonna reach, unless it's actually defined by statements, feats, narrative, etc. I don't have to care about what their opinion is. Having opinion rank over the drawn and written content is a crazy logic here. That's what I'm saying. He accepted, just as I had hoped. This could be fun. He's accepted. Idiot! Fun fact, Aqua Laguna was larger that year due to Aokiji freezing the oceans in Long Ring Long. Really? You know what page that's in? Name your reason why Naruto tanks a durability negging attack to the head and why he's faster than Luffy. One of my favorite moments in One Piece is when YK Robin helps Luffy get on the ship after Enies lobby and Luffy tries to thank her, but Robin shuts his face with a hand like she's saying, "You saved me, thanks." Not really, Dabura's father, he's unquantifiably above Shibuya Maho. Why did you accept that? What a horrible game, but as long as we don't lose, we'll be fine. You have finally accepted the challenge, and we're gonna kick your butts. You can try. We will, you pinhead. You called me a pinhead boss. Sorry, it's sensitive. You guys sure got better faster. Yo, the fucking horse giving them a thumbs up. I'll handle this. I'm going to show you a thing or two. By the way, the Foxy Pirates, regardless of what you think, the Foxy Pirates, they know how to party. These motherfuckers, they won't say due to Kuzan, since we don't know about him freezing the ocean, but they say Laguna kites come from Long Ring. Okay, so it's like a parallel that we're okay. It's like a correlation. Yeah, I see it. Alright guys, cut the chit chat. It's time to vow the 3 articles of defeat. 1. Crew members or flags captured in the Davy Back fight cannot be reclaimed other than through said game. 2. Crew members chosen by the winner must immediately swear allegiance to their opponent's captain. 3. A stolen flag may never be displayed again. They won't, I'm not sure what early Luffy to that level so early. Can't write again. Yeah. How can you guys be so calm? They're selling cotton candy. Are you frightening? Anyone who does not obey these articles goes to Davy Jones' locker as a disgrace to all pirates. Do you swear? By the way, she can get it. Would fill with cream. Would fill with cream. She seems to be really loyal. This arc was really funny. I hated Foxy, but we saw Sanji and Zoro working together. It was thrilling. I love that fight. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I swear. Yeah, alright. Look at these coins. According to the traditional rules, we dedicated this 3-coin game to Davy Jones Begins. Who's Davy Jones? A pirate from long ago who was cursed by a demon and is said to live deep down on the ocean floor. He lives on the sea floor. That's a legend. Any sunken ship or treasures get locked away in Davy Jones' locker. The sea floor is scary. This is sweet. Davy keeps everything that sinks down to him, so pirates refer to taking what you want from your enemy as Davy back. Who do you fancy, boss? The captain, the navigator, the swordsman, the sharpshooter, the cook, the archaeologist, the doctor. Who am I? Who should I take first? Yeah, definitely him. I want him. Hey, do you guys know the traditional rules? So many people, it looks funny. You get 7 players for 3 games. Each player can only participate in 1 game, and once you decide your players, you can't change them. We get it now. Get lost. Dang it. You really done it this time. We just have to win. If we win, we might get a shipwright. We don't want one of their pirates. The categories are race, ball game, and battle. I'll be in the battle. I want to do it. I'll leave it to me. I'm ready to go. Plus, the knockup stream brought the island down was tanked by a random Sea King. It's all decided. I'll submit our list. What if we lose? I'm sure we'll want to take Captain Usopp. No, they want me because I'm cute. I've got Can Do Races Disease. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to do it either. Now suck it up. 7 players means everyone will participate. Don't get in my way. Same to you. I'll do my best. Yeah, combat. I love the way early Luffy looks, man. That's funny. Also, Chopper's design changed very quickly. First in the donut race is an obstacle boat race consisting of 1 lap around the island following the shoreline. You must make a boat using the wood from the oars, 3 empty casks, and use one of the other parts to immediately disqualify. Alright, Luffy. Changes Luffy to a Davy back fight. I don't think I'm going to need any of this. Ito Mimizu, the Foxy Pirate, will be our MC. Hi, hey bro, your favorite pre-time skip arc? Mine is Thriller Bark. I like Enies Lobby and Water 7. I know it's a bit... I know that, like, Water 7 and Enies Lobbies are, like, a bit of a basic thing, but I like them. I think it's cool. I just like seeing second gear and onward from there on out. I think they're really interesting. Is this still a Naruto versus Luffy battle? It is. It is. If you want to give me... If you want to give me your opinions on who wins, I'd actually like to hear them. We take it. I think most takes in this chat are fair game. I think it's all fine. People are allowed to believe whatever they want to believe. Honestly, same thing with like this fight. It's more so just like, is the argument based on actual evidence or reasoning, or is the argument based on, well, I just can't see the other guy winning. You know what I mean? Gonna sink. I'm not a carpenter. It'll definitely sink. Oh, that girl with the orange hair is cool. I want the dark-haired girl to join our crew. I don't want that guy, though. Me neither. Representing Team Foxy is our very own idol, Porsche. Porsche, leave this to me. She'll be leading the Marlin Fishman, Capote, and Star-Spotted Smoothhound Shark Monda. Smoothhound Shark Monda. This will be an easy victory. Their boat is the Cutie Wagon. Shark, that's a fish. There's no rule against fish. Go Porsche, win you guys. We're going to sink you. Go ahead and try. Country level comes from Raigo. Yeah. The moment you've all been waiting for, and you'll be celebrating. Lose and you'll be sinking. Davy back knows no mercy. Race with the donut. Starting line. I will now explain the rules. The teams must complete 1 lap around Long Ring, Long Island. That's all. The pistols, cannons, explosives, cutlass, and other lethal weapons are permitted. Those who flee in fear will be disgraced. This is it. We won't lose. Yeah. Have fool. They're losing when we've never lost when using the traditional rules. Do you think that this race will last even 5 minutes, Hamburg? If we're gonna do this, we're playing to win. It's okay to sink your opponent's boat, right? At least there's that. Haha, they're talking big. You can talk big. We'll sink them in 3 minutes. Here, take these. Eternal compass, so you don't get lost. Get lost. Be careful not to stray too far from the island and go. Look, stray away from the island. Why would we go when we're out here? Why is that? Get ready. Donut. The teams are off, and the Foxy Pirates initiate an interference attack. The Barrel Tiger is blown away. The Cutie Wagon starts with the lead. Gotta be against your rules. That attack came from non-participants. Let's get upright. Don't sing too soon. Let's have some fun first. This is dangerous. At least we didn't capsize, though. Something, a boulder. Sink. An attack from off the field again. Pirate competitions are always unexpected obstacles. I don't understand if they're allowed to use outside support. That goes for us too. What have you done to Nami and Robin? Sanji, I'll crush your skulls to dust. Alright, catch up. The large lead. Sea surface split. Okay, show them your fishman karate. Sea surface split. Okay, the boat's been broken off. We're off balance. That fire jerk star. Mahaha, it's useless. Ocho Fleur, clutch. Look at that. It's a devil fruit power. The girl did it. She's got powers. Flip. Okay, so she bonks, and now's our chance. Usopp, swim in, pull the boat. Don't be ridiculous. Fuehaha, these guys are getting more interesting. Let's show them what we've got, Hamburg. Yeah, boys. Right now, we'll start with the bystanders and the athletes are playing rough. Stormy weathers. The race has just begun. Look, a wind dial. Good idea. We'll use it. Rowing would be faster. It worked in the Sky Islands when they're at a huge size. Yeah, you got a jet dial. Do you have a jet dial? Dang it, I didn't get one of those. Isn't there any way to beat the shark engine? One of their crewmates depends on it. Oh yeah, if we lose, they'll snatch me up because I'm cute. We can't let the... I'm cuter. Now keep rowing. Robin, this is no time for reading. I'm rowing. But your hands are, but you don't look like it. That's right. Look at what happens when you don't make an effort. I'll try my hardest. How sensible. What are you doing? Shall we get to the goal? Making it easy all the way around. You want revenge on that girl? But I want to get revenge on that girl. Winning will feel hollow if she gets off scot-free. Yikes. Psh, how did they get so fast? What did you do? I think my arm's going to fall off. He took it. An impact dial? I didn't expect just hitting it would generate such force. Okay. The first round is a race. The Foxy Pirates are using a... Is it the Foxy Pirates are using... a boat race. Are using a fishman. Ding ding da 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 ding ding da 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 ding ding da da da. Ding ding da 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 ding ding da 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 ding ding da da da. Ding ding da 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 ding ding da 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 ding. And a shark. Usopp is able to catch up to their boat using an impact dial. He says his arm is gonna fall off. Just hitting the dial generated a huge burst of force. Gotta go bye. See you later, man. Have a good one. I still listen to Lumiere EDM version because of you mumbling that shit. That's funny as fuck. That's really funny. Fire Song, top 10 of all time. Yeah, Claire Obscura has some really good music. If you guys want, I can put some music in the background. I don't mind listening to it while we do it. I don't know what you did, but we won't lose. Lose all of it. The culture, unrivaled. Seems the Barrel Tiger is a secret weapon that causes sudden acceleration. Moment, they won't be threatened. How is this? Okay. You sneaky jerks. They noticed. Too bad. Capote. That girl. The dial is our only hope of victory, but we keep charging it. We'll win. But one blast almost tore off my arm. It's okay if you get a little torn up. Those are my arms you're talking about. Maybe we should sink them after all. Ha 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 ha. The obstacle lies ahead. It's a coral reef. Beyond that, the long away capes. Okay. That's what I see. Oh. What's that I see? Someone's on the island. Boss. Foxy. I just thought up of something evil. They're heating up. The teams are just reached the coral reefs. Porsche's cutie wagon is in the lead. Hot on the heels is the Tyrol. Is the Barrel Tiger. I can't believe the race isn't over yet. I'm counting on you. Is this coral just so far up? We shouldn't rush it. Foxy Pirates and the Shoe Horse. Nobody do it, boss. It's just a matter of time. Someone is interfering. Don't worry. We have something to eat. Here, sushi and ramen. It's free. Really, thanks. It looks delicious. I wish I had a cook like you on our ship. Maybe I should just let you Davy back me. That's crazy. What? A candy apple? What is it? Is it sweet? Hey, you need more grog. This guy's a heavier drinker. You play a second round. You have another drink. You little pick on me. The Barrel Tiger's slowing down. What's that? They're coming. The single Betty. Try again. What's up? They come back. I knew the currents were weird. Increase speed. This is strange. The cutie wagon keeps coming back, but the Barrel Tiger is on the move. What's wrong? What is this? It's him. Created a smoke screen. Smoke overwhelms the Barrel Tiger. Make it through the coral maze. They're zooming through the coral. The cutie wagon gets thrown back. The boat's moving on its own. What's happening? It's a current maze. Current. The whirlpools on the other side is... All our whirlpools on the inside. If we enter the right spot, the current will carry us through. We'll never be able to shore on the other side. But joy will be short-lived. It's a long way to the bottom. Yikes. Don't freak out. Usopp. Use the impact out. If you don't, it'll suck us in. Why are you so calm? We're counting on you. They're not accelerating. They're flying. Cool. The splash. They splash down and Barrel defies expectations. Whoa, the miraculous. They completely turned the tables. It's indomitable. Foxy Pirates do know how to have a good time. Plus, offer quite the good crew benefits. That's what I'm saying, bruh. That's what I'm saying. Like, would you guys actually be mad if you joined the Foxy Pirates? Like, just for a second, right? Like, just for a second. Would you really be mad if you actually joined the Foxy Pirates? You meet up some random pirate crew. You offer essentially a Davy back fight, and then you're basically just sitting around and partying all day while some of your crewmates essentially go in and just have a fight. You either get more crew members or you lose you lose a couple of them, right? We underestimated Team Porsche. Hold on. I'm counting on you. Combined twin fish power engine. No, they haven't given up yet. I just have one question. Do we have to wear those masks while chilling? I imagine so. I imagine so. I'd be mad because my captain is a bum. Yeah, but your captain also generated a massive fucking crew of people, so... Are they really that big of a bum? Oh, I gotta stretch. Are they really that big of a bum, though? Like, listen... For a bunch of bad mama jammas and good food and a good partying and a good around, a good old hoot and a holler, a merry old time, a fiesta, if you will. For a good old time, I'm like, fuck it, right? Like, why wouldn't I wear a mask? I don't know. They haven't given up. The Capote's muscles and the shark's tail fin, they've doubled their speed. They're destroying the curl by plowing through. Of course, we'll go right or not. Go right or Nami snaps. Nami snapped. Yeah. Nami snaps a wooden post with her fist. Did she? She snapped the wooden post. What do you want me to tell you? Nami unironically just snapped one. She saw right through the boss's special bogus sign splits. Who the fuck set that up? She's tough. Does the young woman have any trust in her heart? Shut up! She's tough to talk to. I mean, not every pirate crew has to be going around trying to dominate the sea. So long as they're making cash, have good food, and not dying, it's about the benefits. That's what I'm saying. Like, all right, let's be real here. Would you guys actually care to be part of the Pirate King's crew? Or would you guys just care to be like part of like a pirate crew that just fucks around, just fucks around, they throw their parties, they have a merry old time. Like, real talk, Cross Guild does not seem like that bad of a time. If they had some bad ladies in there, you know, like some sexy mamma jammas, some nice little some, you know, I don't know, just some nice little, I don't know, shit. Like a nice little time, like, you know, like a merry old time, you know what I mean? Like, they seem like they're constantly having fun and having food and shit. Even Buggy's out here saying that, like, he doesn't have any money to pay back not Mihawk, Crocodile, because he has way too many mouths to feed and they're always constantly partying. Like, I'm chill with that, bruh. I mean, of all the crews to get snatched by, Foxy's one of the best. He doesn't seem to be getting into dangerous shiz. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's a merry little time. You guys are having some cool moments. You have a couple of, not even a couple, I'd say you have like a good number of like beautiful ladies in your crew, and you're basically just having fun. I don't know, if I was in the One Piece world, I'd make my own crew and grow stronger than bully everyone in East Blue. So you'd be a bad pirate. Got it. You're out here talking about bullying people and shit. You go in there after Luffy takes over East Blue, after Luffy goes through. The goal, the truth is near. I told you that won't work. This is getting old. She even saw through the bogus gold blitz. She's too tough. The real goal isn't too far. No more impact dial. Alright. I'd like to ask, what does it mean by having trust in your heart? Who cares? Do you know what it means to have a trusting heart? What do I care? She's a brute. Meanwhile, the tragedy strikes and Porsche stopped at the fake goal. Who won? Where is everyone? Her heart is pure and so sweet. You're mistaken, Porsche. Heads up. Yeah, Porsche's great. Playing sports, eating good food. People seem to be fun too. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it just seems fun, man. I don't know. I'd probably fuck around and be with the Foxy Pirates for at least a couple months. You know what I'm saying? Like, a couple months, the Foxy Pirates, maybe somebody picks you off from, like, their crew. I don't know. What a bunch of idiots. If you lose to them, I'll die of embarrassment. What it's worse, they'll steal one of our crewmates. 2/3 of the barrel are gone. We'll keep the lead. This fish line is a fake approach. Yeah. Bamboo speed, like this. Full speed ahead, Capote. We'll sink them. Cool. Flower shuriken, flower magic. Okay. They take some blows. There's a hole in the ship. No problem. I'll hold it. It'll hold. Yeah. Round of the day. Donut is recurring. Yeah. We're gonna win. They're gonna win. Foxy uses the slow beam for the first time. I just farm East Blue fodder and train until I get strong enough to bully everyone in the Grand Line. They do the same. I try to learn hockey early. I feel like bullying people is not exactly the right way to go, but sure. People have gotten strong for doing worse things, right? Kaido's crew also has a good time too, but a lot more evil considering the necks they get to step on. Plus, I wouldn't risk becoming a hybrid with the Smile Fruits. Kaido's crew gets like one good party a year. You might have like the craziest party of all time for like, you know, a day. But I feel like with Foxy, you'll have them more consistently. The cutie wagon. Yeah, thank you guys. Take that, you guys. Of course we won. Now get on your crew. No one beats the Foxy Pirates. What? What did you guys do? Alright, Foxy uses the slow beam for the first time. Foxy uses the slow beam for the first time. I have to take hand over your crew. Robin, what happened? What did we lose? How did we lose? I thought you'd win, but then you slowed down and they passed you. From the moment I thought we'd won, light shot out from his hand. And then we lost control of our bodies, or actually everything around us seemed to slow down. The boat, the waves. Okay. Light speed? I would say so. It's called light. It's consistently considered to be light. They call it photons. It's made out of photons. Like, I don't know, man. I'd say it's way too consistent to not be. Like, I feel like there's just way too many statements to back it up that, you know, I don't know what else I could tell you. Either it's light speed or it's not, and if it's not light speed, I can't give you. I quite literally cannot give you anything other than it being light speed. Light shot out of his hand. Nami states she saw light shoot light shooting out of Foxy's hand. And we had lost control of our bodies and everything around us. She says everything around them turned slow. She says everything around them seemed slow. The boat and the waves. Yeah, Six is really trying to find his way to becoming a top tier of the verse. I just hope. Listen, here's the thing, Six. If you do like go into One Piece and you do try to like make your own crew and everything, and disband your pirate crew so you can join the Marines, so you can do battleship bag trading to then leave the Marines to join back with your crew. I just hope you're safe out there, man. I just hope you're safe, dude. Don't get me started. Yeah. Okay. They're just slowpoke photons. Foxy states that they're just slowpoke photons. Foxy states they are slowpoke photons. And as yet undiscovered particle, whatever the light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all of its properties, but lose velocity. Rocks does better than Madara in the War Arc? I do. Yeah, I'd say he could probably... I'd say that Rocks D. Zebek can unironically curb stomp his way through the entirety of the Alliance better than Madara can. I really do think that. You know what? That's a pretty busted fruit in the right hands, the slow fruit. That's what I'm saying. Like, you point the slow fruit at a bunch of cops, you shoot like the cops, let's say, with it, and if they all try to like blast you with bullets, I mean the bullets are just gonna fly through the air as well. I don't get it, you idiot. I'm an idiot. Yeah, boss. Impossible. Slowpoke photons slow down anything they touch. What the fuck are slowpoke photons? You ask? Nonsense. Devil fruit junk. It's a paramisia. Not a paramisia. Logia. I might be cooked if Crusthawk decides to bully East Blue Fodder one day and finds me. Yeah, you might be fucked. I'm not gonna lie. Velocity. They slow down everything they touch. They slow down everything they touch. He slows everything the light strike, lose its velocity. Everything the light strikes. Everything the light strikes loses velocity. Vegapunk did discover and was able to harness the power of the slowpoke protons. Foxy looks like he knows much more than he shows. Signs of knowing Vegapunk the last time he appeared. Yeah, I feel like Foxy's a lot smarter of a character than people give him credit for. At least a lot more mischievous. And as of yet undiscovered. Could Vegapunk recreate these particles scientifically? Probably. Probably, if he wanted to. He doesn't find potential in you. That's funny. They discover and was able to harness the power of the slowpoke photons. I think that would be really interesting. So Luffy has light speed reaction this early? Yeah, I would say so. I would probably say that he has at least relativistic reaction times by this point. Wonders people cannot conceive on this broad ocean. The effect lasts 30 seconds. The effect lasts around 30 seconds. And then the speed returns to normal. Oh god, can you guys for a second like just imagine? Can you guys like for a second just imagine how crazy this thing's like awakening must be? Like Foxy's awakening probably makes everything within an area of him move extremely slow. I think that might be one of like the craziest fucking awakenings. Cause think about it, anyone and everything within a certain vicinity of you would just statically become slow, right? Like imagine him just sending out like a shockwave all around him that like just makes everything around him just, he doesn't even need to like point at you. Just everything within a certain radius is just slowed down to the point where like he can just evade anything. He then tanks a cannonball explosion. So you mean he had like some kind of like slowpoke domain expansion? Yeah. Also, what if we just add a passive slowdown effect on radius around him? That'd be crazy. That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm talking about. Like there's just a passive slowdown effect. Some Gojo shit. That's what I'm saying. Limited velocity. What about like domain expansion? Let me think. Domain expansion. Yo, whoever can think of like the best domain expansion name for like Foxy's Awakening, I'll pin the comment. Let me think. Domain expansion. Something. Domain expansion, Slowpoke Carnival. Slowpoke Carnival. Maybe, domain expansion, Davy Back Carnival, something like that. I like the idea of like naming a carnival. I'm just trying to think of like what it could do. I'm getting distracted. Sorry. I saw on TikTok that the light speeded object hits the Earth would explode. Does that mean the Kizaru hits the One Piece world, it would explode? Nope, because One Piece does not follow fiction, does not follow real world physics or logic. Right? It's harder than it seems. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Domain expansion. What the fuck could be the name? I'll keep working on it. It was the first round. Now I get to choose the opponent. I want that. The first one I want is you. The ship's doctor, Tony Chopper. No, not Chopper. Come here. What a rare creature. He's disgustingly cute. You're even squishier than I thought you'd be. Let me touch him, boss. We got him. Wah. Chopper. He wanted Chopper all along. When you think about it, he is the rarest of rare beasts. He's obsessed with cute things. Maybe he's obsessed with furry things. Does it matter? This is serious. We lost a crew member. Help, you're a doctor now. We saw our legions. Help put on the mask. Chopper truly is that cool. A talking reindeer. Come sit. Stop blubbering, Chopper. Stop blubbering, Chopper. It's humiliating. It's a choice to become a sailor. The choice to become a sailor was your own. Where you end up is your own fault and no one else's. We accepted this challenge. Usopp and the others gave it their best. Pirates have no pity for crybabies. Solo, if you're a man, then act like one. And see this through to the end. That's mean. Think about how he feels. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Domain expansion, E equals MC, fair, like a carnival. Infinite Slowpoke Photons. That's 2 on the nose. This one's 2 on the nose. I'm trying to see what you got with this one. I don't know. MC Fair. E equals MC Fair. That's creative. That's definitely creative. I'll give you that one. Whoa, let's start the second round. The swordsman is cool. Let's take him next, boss. The reindeer's got spirit, too. Come on, Zolo, kick their butts. It's possible there are 2 more rounds left. We have to get back up to the ration. Boil me, grill me, do what you will. Wait, isn't Chop supposed to be in the second round? He's gone now? So that's what's so great about this game. You can't change up your lineup. No substitutions. In other words, the Groggy Ring, the Straw Hats will team up with 2 players. You might as well sit it out. No thanks, but you should consider it, you jerk. Those 2 aren't so good at working it together as a team. It's a person. Each team must designate 1 player. One of its players is the ball. Which one of you is the ball? Him. Okay. The ball marker. Why do you get to decide? You should be the ball, Mosshead. I hear the theme song of the incredible Groggy Ring Elite. Defeat is unthinkable for the team. The Groggy Monsters, they now take to the field. All right. Leading up is Hamburg, the 4-footed dash freak. Okay. Next is Pickles, the tackle machine. And in the back, half fishman, half giant, Big Bun, the fish giant. Oh. Oh, this thing is an actual merger of like a fishman and a giant. What the fuck? Okay, sure. Thing's a cannonball explosion. The next round, opponents have 2 large dudes and a mixed breed between a giant and a fishman. Festival of the Trickster Fox? Yes! Foxy's Leisurely Lag? That's good. That's good. Guess anyone can crossbreed with fishmen and giants. That's what I'm saying. Slowpoke Ray of Carnival God? Maybe not that one. I see where you're going with them. Yeah, nah, he got it. I love this one, though. Domain Expansion, Festival of the Trickster Fox. Domain Expansion! Festival of the Trickster Fox! Oh man, you guys give me a good domain expansion name. I'll go full anime voice acting. All right, second round. Do you think Kaido wins against the Ten Tails? I do. The more I think about it, yeah, the Ten Tails doesn't really have anything. It's too big. It's too much of a speed difference. It's just too much of a speed difference, if I had to be honest with you. Opposing our powerhouse Groggy team is the Vicious Cook who kicked our Interference Core in the first group, and the Pirate Hunter with the 60 billion berry bounty on his head. 60 million berry bounty on his head. Roronozoros, since they called us, I expected a fierce opponent. Eh, Big Bun? Do? You did hear it. Tackle Machine, Pickles over Akatsuki members is crazy. Maybe you should do videos on full potential of Devil Fruits just to find creative ideas. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd actually be fun. The Ten Tails has a clean planetary feat of strength, though. Not really. The Ten Tails does not have a clean planetary feat of strength. What's its clean planetary feat of strength? Can you provide me what part in the fight that happens? What part of the war arc that happens? Field or ball? Ball. The Groggy Monsters choose ball. The Straw Hats ball must start in the opponent's midfield circle. Okay. Which side do you want? Whichever. Crush them. Duration of the balls when 2 players will bear the ball markers on their head. Give them. Okay. Win by force to the opponent. Get your position, ball man. You made the decision alone. I still haven't agreed to it. I can't wear something like this. It's uncool. Stop whining. Actually looks great on you. I'm not falling for that idiot. Yeah, he said that so honestly. Yo, Zoro said this so honestly. Like, look at the face. I love... Yeah, it blew up like a really big mountain. That's what I'm saying. Its chakra pool is the mass of a small planet, I believe. Okay, and do chakra amounts directly equate to strength? Because last time I checked, it doesn't put that small planetary's worth of chakra into an actual small planetary feat. It having large reserves means nothing to me. It means absolutely nothing to me. It just means that it can shoot out a fuck ton of tailed beast bombs. It does not mean that all of its attacks scale to small planetary in terms of attack potency. Yeah, because when Naruto came out, it detonated the moon. When Naruto came out, it detonated the moon. When did it detonate the moon? Honestly, domain expansion is in One Piece would actually be one of the craziest things, because realistically, if all Devil Fruits would have unique ones. Also, Naruto is more powerful than the Ten Tails. That doesn't work. If my wizard asks 99,999 mana, how does that make me planetary? Hollow Moon, by the way. Ten Tails low-key high uni. His chakra was pulled out of him in the last movie and the moon exploded. And Naruto's more powerful than the Ten Tails. So again, I ask you, what strength feat does the Ten Tails actually have? Because the crater that it made on the moon would still be like continental to multi-continental at best. On a hollow moon. I also think Luffy beats Naruto because Naruto will slap Sakura for her antics compared to Naruto who simped over Sakura. Deadass don't even think Naruto fans watch their series. Wasn't that the movie? Yes, and the characters in the movie, at least Naruto, should be more powerful than the Ten Tails. Zolo, Sanji, we're counting on you. Get back, get Chopper back for us. We can't lose. I've never seen a fist giant before. He's not as big as a pure giant. 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 So he is under 17 to under, I'll just throw 15 to 20 meters. I could count Kaguya as the Ten Tails unless it has Kaguya's power, not the Ten Tails when she destroyed her dimension. I mean, Kaguya also absorbed the metric fuck ton of chakra from the entirety of the Alliance, and then, when she was going to quote-unquote destroy her dimension, she also absorbed chakra again. So, once again, not an argument. Not really an argument for the Ten Tails. The movie's canon, by the way. Yeah. I count Kaguya as the Ten Tails unless Kaguya... Yeah. Didn't the movie say that the guy that Naruto fought was the strongest person they fought? So doesn't that mean Kaguya is weaker than the guy that Naruto one-shotted? We think Kaguya equals Ten Tails now? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Cheer as much as you want. You guys are experts in the groggy... Yeah. You'll need to interfere. I don't think I'll need to interfere in this game. I'll just watch if you don't mind. So, interfering is allowed in this game? Idiot, it's always allowed. Some athletes want to win no matter what. Others might want to play fair. It all depends on how the game is played. If you end up scaling Zolo because calling Zoro Zolo because of this read-through, your One Piece fan card will be revoked. Relax. But she is, though, the Ten-Tailed Rabbit. Yeah, but the Ten Tails isn't... Okay. The Ten Tails is technically Kaguya's body. Yes. It is not Kaguya with her entire intelligence, with her entire makeup, with her entire full power. The Ten Tails is just the power itself of all the nine-tailed beasts combined. It still needs a host body, like that's why they needed Madara to absorb the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and then absorb a metric fuck ton of chakra for Kaguya to come out. Remember the reason why the Jinchuriki are stronger than the Jubi on their own? Jubi can only spam-tailed beast member characters could theoretically create a planet. I don't know about create a planet, but sure. Domain expansion. Den of slow foxes. Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be cool. And then, like, Foxy would, like, spawn in, like, these like, mini foxes designed out of, like, maybe, like, little foxes spawn out of, like, the sides of him. I don't know. Like, just tiny little foxes, like, maybe, like, 4 of them. And they just stand near him and around him or whatever. And then like, the foxes, like, make, like, a little howl that expands, like, let's say, a large ring around them that just slows everything down inside of its radius. Dodging the tailed beast bombs. When has Sakura ever dodged a tailed beast bomb? So it's not Kaguya's chakra that she's taking back. That's not what I mean. It's hers. So it's the Ten Tails' feet and hers or what? It's not the Ten Tails' feet. Come on, you put your hand out late. No, I didn't. As usual. As usual, what? Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, Sanji, that ball looks great on you. I'll do it. I'm the ball man. This ball suits me. It really does. You're like the Prince of Stupid Kingdom. Start the game. Alright, hey, your weapons are against the rule. Lose the swords. This is a ball game. You can't have weapons. Is that so? Alright, I don't mind either. Is that okay? You're a swordsman without a sword is kind of pathetic. What? Knock it off, you two. The prince, is he? Yeah. Crazy, we're getting Oda really does give us some crazy foreshadowing. The crowd is getting worked up. Stop him, Big Bun. Blow him away, Pickles. Pound him, Hamburg. Big Bun, let's crush him away. Right away, Duh. I didn't hear you. Oh, he. You're silly listening. Po. The name, the busting the gut. Listen, let the fun go on. No, first time, first goal. No time limit. First goal wins. So if I bash the big one's head into the far ring, and we lose if they bash the cook's head into the outer ring side. All right. Well, the team stretch claim marks. They remind the reindeer they lost in the first round, or the coxie. Yeah. Tweet. Let the game begin. What will Sanji do in the enemy territory? Will he fall back or attack? Here I go. The tackle machine Pickles is on the first move. Alright, I'll take care of this on my own. Sling tackle. I have no use for you. My target is you. If you bring me down, we win. Ball, of course. Collier. Whoa. What the skin slippery? Big Bun thrusts his arm and the cook slips and slides. No surprise. Big Bun is a mudfish, blood running in his veins. The fish giant skin is slick and slippery. What are you doing, you idiot? Counterattack. Who are you calling an idiot? Po. Punk pass. There it is. Big Bun's super long pass. Okay. Sanji slips on Big Bun's skin because it's slippery. He gets swatted by the fish giant. No, is there two? Team leader. If you follow in, I'll kill you. Shut up and stop whining. Wipeout tackle. Okay. Catches in midair. Gorilla throw. Tickle prepares for the pass. I got him. A counterattack is mounted. Zoro attempts to block Pickle. Not so fast, you jerk. Spin tackle. Okay. The Foxy teamwork. As Sanji flies to the goal ends up causing Zoro to get knocked around twice. Pickles. Tackle makes Zoro bleed. Spreading of the tree across the planet is more applicable to the Ten Tails than it is a Kaguya feat once Kaguya is back there. Yeah, but how is that a planetary feat? It's just absorbing chakra. Evolution of my infinite Jura, cause argument, Lightspeed kept the verse, Kizaru, like others, controls his DC, so all the damage and Lightspeed attack invoking was on a single point. I was gonna ask for the last time, is your power system for your manga like One Piece's man limiter theme, like the beetle, the ultimate life form laboratory? I don't know what you're talking about. Can't fault the Foxy Pirates. They have quite good teamwork and ability to synergy. Apparently Tyler just posted a video about Stain versus the boys. Very original idea. I like that. I'm not a huge MHA fan, but I kind of wish I thought of it. It's a good idea. Definitely. Seeing Stain and having him like tackle down like what the heroes in the boys are, the quote unquote soups, I think would be quite interesting. He'll never score. Not while I'm still kicking. I can't let the stupid swordsman save me. I'll never show my face again. Okay. Zoro grabs Pickle and sends him flying a la Mario 64. Sanji grabs Gorilla, and kicks him into pickle mid-air before they land on the ring. Teacher tweaking, she wants me to redo something we did in class and resubmit it online. That's annoying as fuck. Foxy awakens and replaces Buggy as Yonko. Invest. Type shit. One Punch Man's Carnage. Kabuto uses his cells to rapidly evolve. Is that like your power system? It's not the power system. It's specifically a character. It's specifically a character, technically a race of people. A race of beings. But their rapid evolution kind of comes from their environment. It's more so adaptation rather than just straight up like growing rapidly to evolve. They can't just force themselves to evolve, at least in a normal sense. They have to be first put through certain scenarios or situations. Think of the people like this. If you put the people near a bunch of fishmen over a period of time, over a couple of hours, maybe days, depending on like how much their bodies are being subjected to it, they'll eventually grow gills like the fishmen and be able to swim like them. But if they don't receive constant stimuli, if they don't receive that constant stimuli, their body will revert back to normal. The crowd is stunned. Team Straw Hat is pure power. How dare you try to help me? Then stop needing my help. They're incredible. They tossed around pickles. They walloped Hamburg. Ah, his name is Hamburg. That's what his name was. Hamburg. Big Bun Hamburg Pickle. Oh my god, I can't believe I just got that. I can't believe I just fucking got that. I cannot fucking believe I just got that. Hamburg Pickle Bun. They're literally just the ingredients to a fucking sandwich. Dude. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad. They're... Wow. What are you doing, Hamburg? I'll never forgive you if you lose. Team Straw Hats have an internal conflict. Both ballmen are inbounds. And the game has just started. Yeah. So the protagonist adapt to high gravity on his planet in your story, hence gravity manipulation. No, that's just an ability. Think of my power system kind of like a combination of multiple different power systems. Think of like the base power system like a combination of cursed energy and ki. People that are born with an ability in addition to just the base moveset are called second generation users. They are essentially a first generation user getting together with another first generation user has a chance of procreating to creating a second generation user that actually creates their own ability. They basically are born with an ability. The main protagonist does not gain his ability until like the end of the first book, though. He does not get his ability until the end of the first book. They have ways of manipulating their ability. They have ways of manipulating and using like they have ways of manipulating their abilities as well, kind of like cursed users in the sense of binding vows. I still don't have a name for it. Just call them binding vows for now. They also have ways of like manipulating their abilities in certain factions or metrics. Yeah. Big Bun seizes the opportunity for some offensive move. Too bad, Dan's. Don't run away. I know, but come on. He's got spikes on his feet. Aren't weapons against the rules? What? He's totally ignoring it. Hey, he just happened to not see it. There's nothing we can do about it. Give me a break. Sanji, I know you saw you're sweating like a waterfall. I know you saw it. You're sweating like a waterfall. I didn't see anything, yo. Yellow card for Sanji. Hey, why you little stop it? A yellow card warning. Next time Sanji for the cook will be a red card. You have to leave the field. Leave the field. He's attacked. He attacked the ref. He's a brute too. Shut up. I'll swat you like a fry. Oh, he's so mean. Anyway, he used a weapon. Hey, is that allowed? Hey, ref, look at that. He's using an axe. The idiot's wielding an axe. What disqualifies him? Except it's outrageous. Fine, then I'll punch him. Don't complicate things. Just win, Sanji. I'll win for you. You're a puzzle to me. Do ho 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 ho. You don't exactly start where exactly where you left off. You're making any progress like this. He's got weapons. We have to take a chance. It's payback time. Don't interfere. I can handle him by myself. Okay. I can't attack his body. His skin's too slippery. That leaves his hands and feet in short. Okay. Mud slippery slide. Boom. Mudfish circus race. It's an acrobatic race. Aha, no, not this time. It's skating. No, not like that. Meanwhile, return to the game. They look a little different. Team Hamburg's got brass knuckles and steel elbow cuffs. Pickles is wearing spiked shoulders and guards. Weapons are against the rule. The Burger team is now cheating by using weapons. Okay, Oda's low Kirkin copying Tabata back from therapy. Nice. Everyone in Foxy's crew pisses you off. Oda's literary genius strikes again. Yeah, it does. Mudfish coaster. I'm dizzy. Let's go start. Spinning tackle. They're not aiming for the ball, son, but swordsman Roronoa with Zoro. Targeted with brass knuckles. Hamburger hammer. This assault isn't over. Big Bun assumes an attack position. Hamburger positions himself and strike. Parrying a strike with steel cuffs. Okay. Using weapons. Hamburg slams Zoro into the ground with brass knuckles. Big Bun slams Hamburg like a volleyball to dive into Zoro with steel elbow cups. Yeah, I kind of see it. I kind of see what you mean. They should probably do something like an actual like them fighting together type thing. How far does my Queen Porsche make it into Naruto? She definitely becomes at least an idol. You know what I mean? Like an arrow shot. It's a deadly combo like an arrow shot. And lands directly on Zoro's stomach. She definitely becomes an idol. So there's a blue Superman where he learned how to control the natural occurring bioelectrical field that lets him fly. He makes this his own separate from his innate kryptonite powers like that. Put it like this. If you were to put my character near Superman for long enough, or at least the race of beings that they originally come from, they would gain some level of Kryptonian physiology to their bodies. They would gain some level of Kryptonian physiology, and they can also continue to mate with Kryptonians to sort of create a Kryptonian with, basically, if they having babies with, they can breed with other races because of their adaptive capabilities. They can breed with other races, but I don't want to get too deep into this though. They can essentially breed with let's say a Kryptonian, and their child would come out looking like a Kryptonian mostly. They'd probably just take let's say, it would probably look like a Kryptonian with more pale skin sort of thing, but it would basically be a Kryptonian with all of the capabilities of a Kryptonian and also a completely adaptive body. Think of it like that. But in general, they would have to live a long time just to be able to fully adapt to that. Doesn't intend to end their attack just there. Okay. Cannonball. Human cannonball. Okay, spike shoulder is large off guy. Feels sick. They tend to... Now their attention is now focused on ball. And Bird knocks him away. Stomach. They then send Pickle flying like a human cannonball, and he tackles Sanji with a spiked shoulder. spike Sanji into the ground. What's the race called? No pressure. There's no name yet. I've got a name for them, but it's sort of like a working name for now. It's just something I threw in. Don't Kryptonians look the same as humans? There's actually, okay, so the race of beings within my verse, these adaptive beings, they don't really exist anymore. Think of it like a Kryptonian Saiyan thing, where like the race has mostly been wiped out. Most of I'm planning on actually expanding this in such a way that like, basically, almost every single race across the universe, almost every single race of, like, people out there, they all seem to share same physical traits. So within the context of my story, almost every single alien race will have some level of anthropomorphic or humanoid-like traits to them. That's because, including human beings. It is because essentially this race of adaptive beings have essentially spread themselves out throughout like basically the entire universe. So everybody in a sense kind of has that tiny bit of, well, yes and no, they kind of have that tiny bit of DNA, but not really, because it's like so, their DNA in a sense has been so like, their DNA in a sense has been like so, let's say, whittled down. It's been like so, since they better have cool ass hair naturally. Yeah, I'll give them some cool ass hair. Think of it, yeah, like a Saiyan or like a Viltrumite or a Kryptonite in the sense, or a Kryptonite or a Kryptonian in the sense that like most beings will be like different skin colors, different heights, different builds, different number of like arms and legs, but they'll usually have some level of like anthropomorphic appearance to them, right? Think of it kind of like forearms from Ben 10, right? Like forearms from Ben 10, or like Eye Guy from Ben 10, right? Where like they will have like this kind of shape to them. Some may have 4 fingers, 3 fingers, 6 fingers, 8 fingers, 5 fingers, like that, where it's kind of like a narrative reason as to why every single race of beings, in a sense, is just, yeah, they basically get watered down after a certain point. Their ability to like adapt as well as they do is also basically just shut down after a certain point. Most beings don't actually have the adaptive capabilities. I don't want to go too deep into it though. There's a lot more to this than I'm letting on right now. Again, I have the entire idea, the entire concept already kind of drawn out. I'm just trying to finish up the end. I've been stuck in like the same area for like months now. Sanji, Aeon X Sanji, Toxic Yaoi. You know what? Nah. I don't think I would give Sanji or Zoro the time of day. To the ring, or should I say the coffin? Once they do, it'll be our second victory. Oh, so they don't become more like humans, like Viltrumites. It's like the opposite. Yeah. Think of like their genetic traits being so. Think of like their adaptive trait being so good that eventually, like, if you mix them with like, let's say, bird people, right? Think of it like the Ruto in Zelda. Think of it like the Ruto in Zelda, right? Where. Oh, not Ruto, the Rito. Think of like the Rito in Zelda, right? Where like they meet a race of beings that are more like avian-like, and then as the years progress, these avian-like beings will eventually like have at least some level of like humanoid-like appearances, but they've lost completely their ability to like adapt to other races as well. It's a trait that can essentially be reawakened, but it's not easy, and they have to go through like a lot to like just reawaken that adaptive trait. There's generally speaking only like 2 beings left with that capability though. Zelda's so tough. Yeah, I love Zelda, man. I actually kind of like to scale a Zelda game. I would love to scale a Zelda game. I think it'd be really cool. Maybe I could do like Tears of the Kingdom and Wind Waker and the Breath of the Wilds. Maybe we could do like Breath of the Wilds and Tears of the Kingdom one day. I think that my capture card could be used for it. I do think that my capture card could actually be used on the Switch. Lucci versus pre getting Conqueror's Coding Zoro. You'd probably give it to Lucci. Tears and Breath scaling could be a fun one to do. Yeah, and I also never finished my Tears of the Kingdom or my Breath of the Wild. I finished Breath of the Wild, I never finished Tears of the Kingdom. I scaled Breath of the Wild. Link is small planet level. Cool. So the second round of the Davy back fight and the Groggy Ring. The winner is obvious. There's no defeating our monsters. The Straw Hats have violent commentator. Yep. Zoro and Sanji get back up. Both get back up. Planets in a galactic tree, life sort of. Yeah. Yeah, it's also a reason why a lot of people within the context of my story end up getting powers. But again, it's all a fleshed out story that, like, you have to understand a lot of different plot threads and plot points and, like, events that happen throughout history that then lead us to the current point that we're at least within my story. Like, things that occur within the story will be occurring because of things that technically happened prior to the story even beginning. Nintendo may gun you down for showing their game on video. I've seen enough Nintendo like YouTubers and stuff like that like as long as I don't think Nintendo will come at me as hard. If you look like any like person that actually makes like Nintendo content, they usually do put like just gaming clips on screen and nothing happens. Majora and Zelda scaling is either you think he's baseline large moon level or universe, no in between. Okay, cool. Hey guys, 1 monster burger, please. What's that mean? What could it mean? Whoa, boss ordered a monster burger. The team Straw Hat is sure to perish. I'll mince you into hamburger meat. I'll slice you like pickles. Our guests. Okay, both get up. But Foxy calls for a monster burger. Hamburg pulls out a club. And Pickle pulls out blades. And then I'll smash them between 2 slices of Big Bun. That's a monster burger. And Bun pulls out steel plates. That's what just happened to the ref. Performing, doesn't see. Naturally, they go after the ball man. He will be mincemeat, sliced, smashed, and turned into hamburger fixings. Cut rate, ingredients like you. Your mincemeat. Our taste bad, he's fast. Hamburg is surprised by how fast Sanji is and gets kicked in the face. Sanji knocks him several meters into the air. Sanji then knocks him several meters into the air. Bokuter beater. Stop your crushing Big Bun. Big Bun accidentally crushes Hamburg. Okay. Look at what you did. Slice, 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 slice. Don't forget this is a team sport. No sword style dragon. Twister. Pickle while spinning violently runs into Zoro, who creates a twister, a dragon twister without his swords, also launching him into the air. Eon masturbating, thinking of a dead deer. All right, that's that. I'm putting you on timeout for that. That's weird. That's just straight up weird, dude. Freedom, I know you like to post like quirky things every now and then and yada yada yada, but like, dude, that's just weird, dude. I don't like that. The fight was so well done in the anime. You think so? I never actually saw the anime version of this fight. I've never seen it. Do you think the admiral system of only letting 3 people have the rank is dumb? I mean, how many people in the Marines actually scaled to the admirals? Like, how many of them actually could you unironically say, yeah, these guys would be about as strong as the admirals? Do you have those multi-dimensional creatures like in Ben 10 Omniverse? They looked like his favorite brand of smoothie because they were so beyond his mind and understanding in your verse, like Elder God. Yes and no. Yes and no. I'll just put it like this. Yes and no. Basically, beings like that, they kind of would sort of scale under what the strongest being in my verse scales like, but there's like no in between. Like, the gap between the top 1 of my verse and everyone else is essentially like, I don't know, Dragon Ball, okay, let me put it like this. Think of like the difference being like Super Dragon Ball Heroes and all the crazy scaling that comes from that, and then think of like, I don't know, like, I'll put it like this. You see this bald kid, Caillou? I don't know why I brought him up. This is like the weakest thing I could think of right now. I was trying to think of like the weakest thing I could, okay. He's like like a 4-year-old, like a 4 or 5-year-old? Yeah. Think of like a kid like Caillou as like the second strongest being in the verse, and then think of a guy that like basically scales far above those things. That's like the difference between like top 1 and top 2. It's not even remotely close. I want the top 1 of the verse to be so fucking powerful that like even the second strongest being in the verse just does not even remotely hold a candle. The whole Navy system is based off of Japanese naval structure? That's interesting. Troll, I still kind of dumb, only 3 admirals. Caillou needs serious timeout. That kid is a demon. Yeah, that kid was a demon. That kid was really throwing a tantrum over not getting shit, yeah. To put into perspective, think of like Goku at the peak of Capsule Core Goku at like the peak, Dragon Ball superheroes, like 7th dimensional type shit, versus some random kid that's bald. Think of like taking a break from my work. Yeah, sweet. How you been, Six? How's your work looking? Big bun sliced by pickle. Okay. Launches him into the air. He ends up slicing bun. Big bun. Is fodder GT and Super Goku Slam? I don't agree with that. I definitely don't agree with that. So those dimensional beings would be beneath the god of your verse? Yes, basically. That's just Lovecraft mythos power system. Big Bun was falling, but Sanji kicked him up right. Slicing Big Bun in his chest, as he falls back. Sanji kicks him upright. No, Swordsman Zolo rushes. The target is ball man. I won't let you pass him. You're in the way. And the ref. Okay. Direct attack on the stems. And he did that on purpose. He attacked the ref. Red card. Where does his red cards go? They're gone. Oh, she's so cute. I love Nami. Oh, I love Nami so much. I absolutely love Nami. What a naughty girl you are. It's an old habit. Oh, ooh, that makes, I love that. I love moments like that. Ooh, it makes a nice little warm feeling in my chest. I love seeing moments like this with Nami, where like just her being like a thief just comes in handy. Delier, Assault, Zoro. Okay, Zoro, okay. Kicks him upright. Zoro is launched towards Bun by Sanji and grabs onto Bun's teeth. He then forcibly drags him down. Nami does have some good thieving skills when time calls for it. That's what I'm saying, dude. And she also looks cute while doing it. Zoro's aiming for the goal ring. The monsters are invincible. Yeah. Drags him down into the goal. Would you create a multiverse or the verse or just one universe? It's multiple expansive universes. It goes beyond the realm of just like different universes. It goes to the point of existence itself. Like, what does it mean to exist? They did it. They won. They're incredible. You idiots. Don't praise them. Bravo, Arg. Duh. You're awake, Rev. Hurry up and blow the whistle. Hurry, hurry. Oh, right. That attitude towards the ref is unacceptable. I'll kick him out of the game. Phew, there's the ref's final whistle. The match is over. Thank you so much. I love her so much. I love her so much, man. Nami's great. Nami's probably one of my favorite One Piece characters. She's definitely like top 3 characters for me. Thanks so much. In the second round of the Davy back fight, yeah, they were brought down by a tremendous Straw Hats. Yeah. Darn you guys, you had me worried. Ow, that hurts. Oh, of course they won. Would these guys lose? Nami, did you see me? Love me now? You were cool. The Straw Hats. Crazy how Ennius lobby Nami solos Kashimo. Type shit. The Straw Hats, victors in the second round. The Foxy Pirate, School, the Captain Choose. Oh, me? They wanted me all along. I'm not ready for this. Oh, they must be... it must be our eyes met. It must be me, our eyes met. It might be me. I know they like me. Luffy, wait. Round 3 in a one-on-one round fight, right? Only the participants are you and the boss. If you take their boss, they'll have to forfeit. There wouldn't be any more fighting, and you could get Chopper back. Peanut tactics from the Monkeys team? How disappointing. You peanut jerks. I can't believe it. They're suggesting such an evil suggestion. That girl is inhumane. She's Nami the Brute Navigator. Throughout the long history of Davy back fights, while players may have considered such tactics, no one has ever done it. I'll put the question to the crew: is a win by forfeit truly a win? Is it acceptable to go back on a promise to Davy Jones to play 3 games? No. What did you guys jerks say about Nami? You guys are so hateful. It may not be against the rules, but apparently the conflict of pirate ethics again. Of course it does. What do you you got what you deserved. Peanuts? Eric, I'm getting angry. Peanuts, shut your damn mouths already. I love her! Yo, I swear to God, if Nami was a real person, I might actually kneel in front of her. I might actually kneel down. Time out for him longer. 5 minutes isn't enough. What happened? What did they say? What did that person say? No, don't even really need any of this lobby, to be honest. Whether it makes us laugh or cry, decision is up. He's going to choose me. It picks me. I'll just smile and say goodbye. I'm sure they like me, the captor. Who will he choose? Hey, Navigator, if we go along with your proposal, we could end it right now. Oh, but their boss would join our crew. We don't want him. Come on back, Chopper. Who, me? Simp? Nah. Nami has serious skills in persuasion and intimidation. That's what I'm saying! You gotta love a girl that's intimidating. And persuasive. Actually, my girlfriend does remind me a lot in those regards. Thank you for choosing me. Don't cry. There's no way Zoro and Sanji would have lost. Boss just collapsed under the weight of his emotions. They all said they didn't want me. We need you, boss. Boss, show them your stuff in the 3rd battle. We can't wait. Love you, boss. Boss, you guys, they're right. My place is here. Enough of this ridiculous farce. On to the next game. Yo, I might just love Long Ring Long. Just for the dialogue, just for the character interactions, I think I might just love Long Ring Long. I think it might be up there for one of my favorite arcs. I don't fucking believe it. I don't fucking believe it. This might unironically be one of my favorite fucking arcs, dude. Are you guys ready for the round 3 combat? I should show you the winning is against me is impossible. Fuck Long Ring Longland. Fuck you. Fuck you. Any member acquired in the final act won't be won back. And I choose anyone, so pack your bags. What? I'm not gonna lose to you. The difference between combat and playing games. Long Ring Longland should have been skipped. Nah, it shouldn't have been skipped. It's important to the story. It's important to the narrative. It sets up Davy back fights. How else would Rock these up and get his crew? No one can predict the outcome, the groggy monster, the crew, combat. Yeah. One-on-one combat, yeah. We prepared a cannon loaded. I don't care if it's important, it's buns. Alright. We prepared a cannon loaded with a steel ball. The participants will spin the cannon together, and then the direction it points to, it comes to the natural stop. Wait a second, that wasn't a natural stop. Boom. That determines the location of the battlefield. By chance, it happens to have landed on our very own Sexy Foxy. That wasn't by chance, you idiot. It's just fun. No grand stakes, at least, until the games are over. It's just fun and zany time. That's what I'm saying, dude. It will now remain the rules. For round 3, the battlefield is the area within the 50-meter radius of where the steel ball fell. Okay. So, Foxy's ship is 50 meters. I'll just write that in. Foxy's ship is about 50 meters in length. 50 meters. Oh, 100 meters. It's about 100 meters in length. 50 in radius. Isn't diameter full? Yeah, you're right. Skipping Long Ring Longland is equivalent to skipping the elf arc in Black Clover. It is, trust. The race you're making sounds a lot like Mew from Pokemon, a crazy adaptable entity that technically all Pokemon owe ancestry to, but that loses its adaptability as each branch evolves specialties. Yeah. The whole point of the series is that actually, like, a big thing about the series is that, like, I want to kind of make it interconnected in like one piece where, like, as you come across many worlds, you'll actually end up seeing a lot of architecture or a lot of, like, large spires and buildings and locations that are often considered, you know, relics of the past, and many of them actually hold similarities in their structures and the way that they were made. Six, what do you have to say about this? Is the Foxy arc? Is skipping the Foxy arc about the same as fixing the Elf arc? I mean, I guess it's true, right? Anyone can skip the Elf arc, right? The Elf arc is buns. It adds nothing to the lore, right? Just like the Foxy arc. Let me stop. That's me. That's so fucked. That's so disingenuous. In other words, everything within the 100-meter circumference is considered a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where c is the hypotenuse, or a and b are the sides of the triangle, right? Yeah. The circumference is considered the battlefield. Any weapons found in that circle may be used, but none of the two combatants may enter the circle. To win, you must force your opponent out of the circle. That is all. Oh, and above and under the ship does not count as being outside of the circle. Okay. The only thing Foxy Arc adds is Davy back fights. And Davy Jones. It adds Davy Jones, which was an important figure for later. And the more we get into the story, and the more we get into, like, the flashback of the you don't need to learn about what a Davy back fight is, really. Yeah, but it's the first arc where we learn about what Davy Jones is, so it does cause, you know, things. It's also the first arc where we get to meet Admiral Aokiji. So I do think it matters. And it also ties into the next arc with the things. An exclusive stage, Porsche will lead the flower cheerleaders in a dedicated routine dedicated to the boss. On the bow of the Sexy Foxy, athletes will engage in warm-up matches The shops are offering assorted DBF, Davy Back Fight collector's items. Please take advantage of the unique opportunity. Davy Back rulers, Davy Back pens. We don't need any of that stuff. Hurry up already. Thanks. You were both so cool. The way you kicked around those huge guys. I owe it all to myself. I owe it all to myself. That's funny. Stop it. You guys are calling... Those guys are calling for Luffy. Where is he? Thank you, sir. Here's your Foxy pins. Don't buy that. Athletes may prepare in the waiting room. Oh, that would be me. Prepare. Who's your corner man? I'll do it. Foxy. Listen, I'm just saying the Foxy Pirates can't be that bad, right? They've even got, like, cheerleaders. They've even got, like, a whole cheerleading crew. They're all making, like, these... Like, I'm gonna be real with you. This right here for cheerleading is honestly more impressive than anything I've seen in real life. And I really haven't seen a lot of cheerleading. Davy Jones is useless. It's not useless. Davy Jones equals Void Sentry. Foxy crew knows how to merchandise. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I really do think if I didn't join the Straw Hat crew, I'd probably join the Foxy crew. Just for the sake of it just being that fun looking. It's going to be the best arc in live action for sure. I fucking hope, man. What are they building over there? Maybe it's seating for the audience. Hey, he said the combat has already started. Yeah. The warm-up matches. I'd rather watch paint dry than watch this arc. You're such a hater for no reason. Boo! Get lost. This fight's boring. Hit him with your pistol, Mountain Ricky. Come on, George Mock. Okay, boring. Why is the popcorn soda so expensive here? If you don't like it, don't buy it. Give me 80% off. Looks like it's gonna start soon. The perimeter has been marked. Thanks for the waiting, folks. It's now time for today's main event. The fight bell is about to be rung. Okay. Man, the Foxy ship is fucking huge. If I had Foxy's fruit, I'd easily be Yonko level. You think you'd be Yonko level with Foxy's fruit alone? I don't know about that. You need hockey for that shit, man. Come over here, Nami and Robin. I got seats for us. The sky's getting dark. It's black smoke. Yeah. How the fuck did they get this up there? Introducing today's competitors in today's match. This is a battle between two captains. First, introducing the man who never turns down a fight. He's undefeated in 920 consecutive matches. The man who wins every game. Entering from the left corner of the Fox's head. Boss, our boss, Foxy the Silver Fox. Boss man, beat him quickly, boss. His opponent hails from the East Blue, the leader of a small group of pirates. The man with 100 million berry bounty on his head. Wait, let me go back. Oh. Okay, well, I guess they didn't do in the part where, like, they talk about the afro. Good luck to you guys. This hero will make you punch harder. He's known as the Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy! In this fateful third round of the Davy Back fight, combat will now begin! What? Whoa! What is this? The locker room. It's more like a dressing room. Whoa. You have to wear gloves for combat, so choose whichever pair you like. Luffy, you should wear this. Whoa, you look cool. I mean, let's be real. 920 matches, they can't all be fodder pirates. That's what I'm saying, dude. If you had Foxy's fruit, you'd like men? That's a crazy line. The hairstyle summons a man's wild instincts. It has been asked, do champions wear afros or do afros wear champions? Even modern science can't solve this riddle. This hairdo will make you punch stronger. Really, Usopp? Oh, yeah. It even changes the way you talk. Oh, yeah. That's funny as fuck. And now the main event you'll all have been waiting for. Keep your elbows in and show me that golden right hook. Ah! He said the thing. He said the thing. That golden right with a bit of rotation. Do you think Luffy would have won without the afro? No, fuck no. Luffy would not have won without the afro. The afro is solely the only reason Luffy ever even remotely stood a chance. Without this afro, Luffy would have unironically lost the fight. Watch your fucking mouths if you ever even remotely try to tell me that Monkey D. Luffy would have ever have beaten Foxy the fucking Silver Fox without the goddamn afro. Alright. That rant aside. Well now, don't you look that bad. Woo! Both athletes have set foot on the battlefield. Such a wild style. You may be my opponent. I'm impressed. I can't believe he chose Usopp as his corner man. I love Chopper. Wow, his inner soul brother is on fire. I wish they would take this seriously. Teehee, he's cute. Ha ha ha, be careful he doesn't rip out your throat. Cornerman, you're in the way. Step back. That was fast. Is my job over already? Cornerman, get out. Yeah, get started already. The stage is done. The stage this round just happens to be our ship. The Sexy Foxy. Above deck and below deck is all the battlefield. Who will fall outside the 100-meter ring? There's no time limit. Would you rather be gay or have millions of dollars? I would rather have millions of dollars, to be honest. This is like an episode straight out of regular show. That's what I'm saying. Does this mean Usopp is also a good coach considering this fight? I don't think so. I don't think... I mean, does Usopp make a good coach or does a good coach make Usopp? I'd be gay for $1 million? I mean, if your definition of being gay is like, or you want to be happy, I'd rather be happy over $1 million. Now, if you're telling me would I rather like men over $1 million, I mean, listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but to be fair, that's $1 million fucking dollars. Money does not bring you happiness. But if you're talking about just being gay, like just being happy, I would love to be happy. But if you're talking about like, I don't know, would I choose millions of dollars over liking men? I'd probably choose $1 million. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I could have any devil fruit, what would it be? If you could have any devil fruit, what would it be? I would give you... You know what? I'll be nice, Tamori. I will give you the hollow fruit. I'll give you the hollow fruit. The horo fruit. I think it would be fun for you to like fly around and be a ghost. I think that'd be interesting. And if you have any bullies, you can always make them feel sad for being bullies. Law's fruit. Come on now. All right. No. We're not picking any bullshit super overpowered fruit. We're picking fruits that are off-brand. Fruits that do not make you one of the most powerful beings in the whole verse. Lost fruit is only good if you're a smartass. You have to pick a devil fruit that isn't one of the top tier fruits, one of the god fruits, one of the crazy Zoan fruits, one of the crazy Logia fruits. Yeah, the brain fruit is fine. You can pick the brain fruit. But what we're not going to sit here and do is we're not just going to pick some of the most powerful devil fruits. Okay, that fruit's overpowered. I say no overpowered fruits. No, wait, I want to revive fruit along with the laugh. Like Foxy's fruit. Yeah, you can use Foxy's fruit. You have to use an off-brand fruit. You can't use a crazy fruit. Would you rather get a job, get your ass beat, or get $1 million? Your dream job or any girl you want? I would rather get $1 million over getting my ass beat, and I would rather have my dream job because I've already got my dream girl. Boom! I mean, I'm already doing my dream job, and I've already got my dream girl, so, like, yeah, why would I already don't need it. I'd rather your mom... Alright, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. That comment's getting removed. Next time you get timed out. Listen, I learned in college really quickly that, like, doing the your mom joke when somebody's just having a conversation will lead you quickly to getting punched in the face. And not because I was punched in the face, but because a guy that we were still friends with right afterwards, when I first met them, I made a joke and about your mom, and they were like, I do say that again, I'm punching you in the face. You come to quickly realize how quickly people are to defend their moms. Robin's fruit, multitasking at its finest. I think Robin's fruit is great. I could have any Logia fruit. What would it be? No Logias. I know you were teasing, but I'm just letting you know. I was teasing as well at the time. I'm just letting you know. In the real world, people will get upset if you try to bring up their moms into things. No Logia fruits. Fuck the Logia fruits. No. We got Paramecias only. You can choose a Paramecia fruit. It cannot be broken. You know what? Give me what's his face's fruit. The one that the guy that can turn anything into food. Do you know I would single-handedly end world hunger with that fruit. Even the mud Logia. I'm sure we can have some Logias. Sure, you can have the mud Logia, the smoke Logia, and let's see, smoke and mud. Those are the only two Logias you're about to have. How about any Paramecia fruit? I'm conquering every sport with Foxy's fruit. Yeah, and then people are going to see you shoot beams of light out of your hands. And they're going to be like, yo, what the fuck? Eon, the food doesn't taste good. Yeah, but I'll make it taste good. That's because he's not seasoning that shit, man. Besides, it's still food. Who cares? Yo, Big E, how you doing? What's up, Eternal Dreamer? What's up, man? I'm choosing Whitebeard's fruit. Come on, no broken fruits, Tamari. Just out here just being a threat to the government, saying, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna cause earthquakes around the world." Come on, man. Choose a fruit that's fun and whimsical. Let's have some fun. The whole ship is our battlefield. Be as rough as you'd like. We have many excellent carpenters. Lucky, come on, boss. I mean, get KO'd. Cool, do Straw Hat Luffy. I mean, get KO'd. Luffy, just do whatever. Just do whatever you do. Just win. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be careful about the beam. The beam. Gecko Mortis, I think that fruit's fine. You need dead bodies, man. Yeah, you kind of do need dead bodies. We going Dave ribbing. Kinemon's fruit for when you miss laundry day. Yo, Kinemon's fruit is low-key underrated for like the day-to-day. Kinemon's fruit is low-key underrated for the day-to-day. Bro trying to bring back the dead with Moria's fruit. That's what I'm saying. Excitement fills the stadium. Will a comrade be lost or gained? There is no going back. Yeah. Alright, let's get through this. Okay, here I come. Gum pistol. Phew. Okay. Foxy can react to... Okay, Foxy and Luffy now get on their way. Foxy and Luffy are now on their way to fight. Luffy launches a pistol that Foxy dodges and slows down immediately. Give me the clone turn into my crush. GG's afterwards? What the fuck? What do you mean GG's afterwards? What do you mean GG's afterwards? If you can have any character's hockey, just choose the strongest character's hockey. What do you mean? I'll choose anybody with the ability to see into the future. That shit would be so fucking good, especially for like video games. Joy Boy, hockey is same with all. Just choose the strongest. That's what I'm saying. Straw Hat, guys, fruit forgot his name. No. Straw Hat, straw guys. Oh, the straw fruit. Okay, that one. Yeah. Perfect fruit for 6 is probably the jacket fruit. Yeah, I agree. 6 would probably benefit the most from the jacket fruit. Basil Hawkins fruit. Yeah. If you could have any Naruto jutsu, what would you pick? Flying Raijin, Flying Thunder God. There's no way I'm not picking Flying Thunder God. I slowed down the space right in front of your glove. Okay, I guess you just look strong. What? Come back your arm. Slow. Luffy wasn't ready for his arm to immediately pull back, and he gets knocked down. Just kidding. Uh-oh. Foxy faints Luffy, who tries to dodge a slow beam by jumping and catches him mid-air. Slow beam. I told you to watch out for the beam. That was fast, yeah. Oh, what's the matter? Straw Hat Luffy, he's floating. Will he come to a complete stop? Wow, look at Luffy. Foxy jumps on Luffy and then punches him with a barrage of fists. He then jumps on Luffy and pummels him with a barrage of fists that pick up in speed as the slow effect goes away. Wait, did Foxy just catch Luffy mid-movement with his beams? Yes. Mid-air with his beams, yes. Foxy jumps, Luffy jumps, and Foxy catches in mid-air. Also, can we talk about how Luffy just has, from while being on the ground, Luffy can just jump like 10 feet into the air or some shit? I think that's crazy. What? He's not flinching, even his reactions are slow. Just the beginning. I know the punches themselves won't have much of an effect on you, Rubberman. 3, 2, 1, 30 seconds. Boom, boom. Now he's taking the 30-second beating. You'll fall into the sea. Well, look, he's stretching, so that's the Gum Fruit's power. Darn, that slow beam's worse than I expected. What a cool beam. I shouldn't have let... You should be careful not to stretch too much. Luffy immediately looks for... He realizes the slow beam is worse. I take an unawakened Gum Fruit. Let's not sit here and think that the fruit is OP at the start. It'd be crazy. Prone actor that can shapeshift my D and can turn black with armament. Crazy. Pretty hops for fictional standards. Yeah. Foxy's like Team Rocket in One Piece movie. It's like the Team Rocket. Yeah. Is not a fodder character. I wouldn't call Foxy exactly. You roll the dice, you get the hormone fruit. Why am I catching strays? I called for a second the particle jutsu. Worthless in practicality, but also terrifying to behold. The Gum Fruit kind of sucks if you aren't Luffy. Yeah, you have to be like specifically Luffy to make that shit work. Out here, Pinhead. Take any more? Come out here, Pinhead. Okay. Attack the barrage of punches. Okay. Welcome to my ship. There you are, riding on cannonballs. You must have slowed them down. Well, if you can ride one, so can I. Oh, that's one at the end of its 30 seconds. I wouldn't if I were you. That one too. As Luffy returns to the ship, he sees Foxy has prepped arrows and cannonballs. I feel like you guys have to give like Foxy at least some level of like respect, because the guy is able to clearly figure out which of his, like, let's say cannonballs, which of, like, let's say the cannonballs, for example, is about to time out. I think it's actually kind of impressive, because, like, all things considered, like, constantly counting multiple things to, like, different, like, avenues of 30 seconds, I feel like it would be kind of hard. You know what I mean? It's also Robin development, not major, but it's good to see her in a relatively low-stakes environment and solidify her dynamic with the crew. Yeah, like, he definitely does display, like, a good extent of, like, prep time, but it's also not just, like, the prep time stuff, it's the fact that, like, he can easily, like, I guess he's gotten so used to, I think he's just gotten so used to, like, the idea of, like, keeping track of 30 seconds, of 30-second intervals on a whim. You know what I mean? I think that's honestly kind of impressive. I'm sorry, but the particle style should not be used for revolution. I don't believe there's a single case of revolution where dismantling an entire structure would lead to, like, a peaceful resolution of things. I guess revolution, in a sense, is violent, and to be fair, I am a pacifist. Riding a cannonball, he must have slowed them down so he can ride them too. His prep. He displays the ability to keep track of multiple different 30-second intervals. I don't think Foxy's necessarily fodder. He's a bit of a goofball, sure, but, like, I don't know if he's, like, that bad. I told you. Luffy gets carried by a cannonball. Luffy gets carried by a cannonball. A cannonball that explodes. Some people put you in a Kieran mood, even if you can outvote them with transforming shadow clones. Yeah, I guess. I read ahead for a bit. Foxy is hilarious. Yeah, Foxy, the slow Foxy face bomb. Scare. Foxy shoots face bombs. Foxy shoots slow face bombs and hides between them. Wait, did that bomb just talk? I'm the real Foxy. Sorry, Strawhead, I reinforced my gloves. Yeah. Hides between them, then punches Luffy in the face with reinforced spiked gloves. Foxy's power is crazy good, and while he is a goof, he does use his powers effectively while lacking serious physical strength or hockey. Imagine if he had Luffy's strength and hockey. He'd be a terror. That's what I'm saying. Foxy or Buggy? These are the real questions that we need to ask. I'd probably give it to Buggy based on like higher scaling from like later in the series. But I think it would be a pretty interesting fight between him and Foxy, especially if Foxy could just like outwit him. And the face bombs. I'm surprised Foxy isn't a pirate like the Buggy Pirates at this point. I can't see what's going on. Luffy, the body, what's going on? Bingo, every bomb was a direct hit. The face bombs are now at about 30 seconds. Then all of the face bombs hit Luffy. Then all of the face bombs hit Luffy. We just witnessed a massive explosion. By the way, they're just okay with like damaging their ship like this. I think that's crazy. On the ship happens to be bad. What happened to Luffy? It's completely unfair for them to make their ship the battlefield. Foxy's face bombs happen to be on the ship, and Boss effectively used them in his cannon attack to blow up Straw Hat Luffy. And if an athlete gets blown up, and even if one of his body parts flies out of the ring, the parameter, it's game over. Imagine if Don Krieg had the slow fruit. I think Luffy could have possibly have lost that. Luffy could have possibly have lost that. I'm not gonna lie. Don Krieg with the slow fruit? Yeah, maybe. This fight is hilarious. I can't. That was close. What? Shut up. Would you survive miraculously? He evaded the cannon attack at short range. What speed? Hit Luffy. Apparently he dodges. Apparently Luffy dodged the explosions and pulled his way to the top mast without anyone knowing. The not narrator, the speaker, the announcer was surprised by his speed. Anyone who glazes the Foxy arc has Stockholm Syndrome. I don't think that's how Stockholm Syndrome works. He evaded the cannons. Is the power of 100 billion berry? Are you serious? Incredible. You bet it is. Finish this, Luffy. Fee, he. However, it looks like the boss has started his next attack. Creepy laughter, causing inside the smoke chain. The boss's voice. In time to breathe. Where is he? Where's Silver Fox? I see someone. Well, are you ready? You got blown up. Foxy took the explosions. Foxy ended up being the guy who blew up. Slow beam. Luffy, he attacks Luffy from... Luffy jumps down. Luffy jumps down and Foxy shoots a slow beam, which Luffy dodges and blitzes his way behind Foxy. Yeah, Foxy has very much so shocking durability. By the way, this is... I don't think it's so slow. Damn, Sun really mocked me. Sun really mocked me. That's crazy. It's a good time. Foxy arc is funny. By the way, did Luffy just blitz beams of light? Did he just blitz a beam of light? I gotta... No. I gotta see it. Luffy versus Foxy. I gotta look this up. Luffy versus Foxy. Alright. Is this beforehand? Uh-huh. Is this the entirety of the fight? Okay, explosions. Luffy jumps down. Yeah. No. Uh-huh. Alright. Okay. Wait. Whoa. Okay, we got it. Alright. Hold on. We're gonna put it at ×2 speed. I'm gonna mute it. Okay. Hold on. Right here. We're gonna go at like 0.5 speed. Okay. Wow. I'll slow that for you even further. I'll slow that down even further. Here, 0.25 times speed. Alright. Alright. Luffy's faster than light by long ring long, just objectively. I have no reason to believe that now. I have no reason to believe against this now. Luffy is faster than light by long ring long. Man, it's good, isn't it? Sometimes it's just that good, isn't it? Sometimes it's just that good. Gum hook. I'll break your arm to keep you from shooting that beam. He disappears into the smoke. Is that you? A cardboard cutout. Alright. And blitzes his way behind Foxy. He punches Foxy from behind and threatens to break his arm so he can't use the beam. Whoa, damn. Luffy brutal, suggesting he'd break his arm to limit his power use. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Foxy runs back into the smoke and uses cutouts to distract Luffy. Who wins? Full power Buggy D Clown or Afro Potential unlocked Foxy? Full power Buggy D Clown. Like if you said Buggy the Clown, I'd probably give it to Foxy, but no, I might actually have to give it to Buggy D Clown. Buggy D Clown literally stands above Yonko level. I don't know what to tell you. This is where you input the anti-One Piece Lightspeed meta saying the beam isn't made out of light. It very much is. Yeah. Which one is me? Can you guess where the beam is will be coming from? I don't know. They all have stupid pointy heads. Stupid pointy heads. There you are. Foxy takes a punch to the face from Luffy. You're inhumane. I'll never forgive you. Look up there. What? Tunk. Trapdoor. You were looking away. Strike Luffy. But Luffy's despicably harsh words destroy Foxy's self-esteem, and so Luffy lands a punch straight to the face. So Luffy lands a punch straight to the face. Foxy tricks Luffy into going up, to looking up. Pulls a lever. Make him fall into a pit. Can you really afford to not pay attention? Huh? What's going on? The hall is moving. It's forcing me backwards. It's Luffy. What's he doing there? If he falls into the sea, he'll lose. I'm not gonna fall. Okay. That was close. I don't need that. I don't think I need that. End of the match. What's the boat again? He escaped once. Okay, spooky introduction. It's a trick. All sorts of things. Luffy with no hesitation. The man behind an isolated area. Stand tall, Luffy. Remember your training, or well, who are you pretending to be? Okay. Where is he? This must be the gun deck. It's so wide. Usopp would love it. Yeah, it is pretty fucking big. He'll follow me here. There he is. He'll barge right through the door. And when he does that, a full room full of spikes will meet. Who the fuck has enough space? Okay, tell me. What kind of secret fucking villain-ass trap is this? Who just sets up a random-ass room filled with spikes? And who the fuck affords that much metal spikes? This room's gotta be worth at least a couple million berry, right? There's no way you just get a bunch of spikes in bulk. What the fuck? Back from a haircut? Nice. We already got the 55-foot FTL feet. Yeah. He'll follow, barge through the screen. When he does that, he'll be a sociopath, I suppose. Why did I get stabbed? You're not supposed to fire cannons inside a ship. Oh, there he is. What do you mean there he is? Well, what is this room? Are you trying to kill me? Yo, this is some Tom and Jerry shit. I'm sorry. This is some Tom and Jerry shit. Foxy tries to lure Luffy into a room full of spikes. Spikes. But Luffy ends up firing a cannonball into the room, and Foxy falls into the bed of spikes. Oh man, he ran away. Wait, slams is the infirmary. Matter. Oh, what's the matter? Do you feel ill? Are you numb? Is it your skull? Are you a numbskull? Also, I guess Luffy learned how to man a cannon from Usopp. That's what I'm saying. Trust me, playing D&D, there are crazy trap rooms. Craziest for me was a 200 by 200 foot room full of boiling tar. That fucking sucks, bro. You gonna watch Baki? I'll probably watch the new season with a friend of mine. Probably watch the new season with a friend, but I'm not really that excited about it. Did someone just come in here? Nope, I don't see it. Alright, that's weird. I'm sure he went in. Wait a minute. Woman looks like, hey, are you his sister? Foxy trap counterattack. Foxy, you idiot. What's this? This is weird. He came out here. Does he want to fight? Hey, fishy, slice Swiss cheese. Make it sour for carpaccio and grill the sole farmiredo. May I help you? Foxy runs into another room and slams a fox trap onto Luffy's face. Yeah, across the pants, going too far. It's you. The woman in the infirmary was me too. Was she? Slow beam. Ninetales rush. Foxy catches Luffy with another slow beam and then lands another barrage of spike punches. You mess with Deadpool? I like Deadpool. I fuck with Deadpool. What about Deadpool? I tried playing him in the new Marvel Rivals season. He's very hard to play. It sucks, too. Why don't you go find out? Don't worry, it's something live and fresh. These blows will receive the slow effect, the slow beam. While the blows you receive, the slow beam will gradually build up and then explode. The blows accumulated while the slow beam is in effect will build up in energy and explode with force. Will build up, will gradually build up and explode. Sending Luffy flying backwards. Yeah, his mains get me to rage. Sending. Man, fuck Marvel Rivals. We all playing Overwatch? No, the fuck we are not. Nobody's playing Overwatch. I'm not going back to Overwatch. After I found out that they were making a... And mind you, I think this is still like in their platform where you have to essentially play the game a fuck ton just to unlock characters. So if there's any character that's good in the meta and you don't have a battle pass, or you don't have like or you don't have the currency to unlock the characters, you're just fucked. I'm not playing a game. I am not playing a game. It has more players than Rivals currently. Okay. I'm not playing a game that's pay to win, dude. Explode, sending Luffy flying backwards. The only reason that Overwatch, that over shit, is even remotely fucking decent, like talked about right now, is because Marvel Rivals literally had to put those motherfuckers on a timer and basically force them to actually try with their game. We all playing Splatoon? Fuck no, we're not playing Splatoon. You're gonna play Overwatch if they begin making their characters free? They should have, the characters should already be free. The characters should already be free. If you have characters in your game where the entire point is around balance around these characters, and you have newer characters that are either weaker, or in some cases they just end up coming out as stronger, and you don't buy them, you are objectively putting yourself at a disadvantage. It's so fucking stupid. I do need to put back time into Rivals. Overwatch is an all-time high right now. Okay. Sure. Fantastic. Love that for them. Let's hope that that stays the same for the next couple of weeks and months. Marvel Rivals, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm the type of guy that, like, I've learned that these kind of, like, team-based games, if I tend to excel better in games like Call of Duty, where, like, my own skill is the metric by which my skill and everyone's individual skill is the metric by which a team can actually end up winning a game, right? Usually you can have one player that's really fucking good and racks up so many points that, like, you know, the team ends up that the team ends up winning just because of that kind of stuff, right? I'm not saying that I can excel at games like that, but in a game like that where I feel like I can play better, that tends to be the case. Not so much we winning, but more so that, like, I can at least make up for some of the skill that my teammates can't do. Marvel Rivals and Overwatch are not games like that, and it ends up creating this bit of an issue where, like, would I like to play the game again? Sure, but the games end up being so fucking sweaty, and I end up having no communication with these people because, A, I play these games mostly for fun. A good time to sit back, relax, go around, fuck around with the boys, maybe win a couple games, maybe lose a couple games. I'm not here to, like, go into competitive. I'm not here to go into ranked. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I just want to play a game that's fun. But if my boys don't get on, and many of them haven't gotten on, one of my bros is just busy with work. The other one's playing with other people that are playing the game ranked mode. So it's like, last time we played, we ended up going like 6 or 7 games back to back. Back to back, just straight up losing. And it's because, like, we haven't touched the game in fucking, like, over a month. I haven't touched Marvel Rivals in over a month just because it's, like, it's quite particular pioneer for Rivals, but I go back to the same thing I always go to. a game, a franchise, a series, a movie, etc. I could give two fiddly fucks and two tears in a bucket if something was inspired by something else. The thing that was inspired by something can still objectively be better, and Marvel Rivals is objectively a better game than Overwatch 2. Especially since Overwatch 2 is a game that shouldn't exist for the simple fact that its main selling point, PvE, is still not in the fucking game. 6 years later, 4 years later, 5 years later. It's always the same fucking thing. But it was the pioneer, it's what popularized it. I don't give a fuck what it did. No one gives a fuck that Overwatch pioneered. Marvel Rivals is an objectively better game. It does more. It offers the players more. It doesn't lock away its new characters behind fucking paywalls, dude. Overwatch can do well for a moment of time. Good for them. Their fans have been starving for that shit. And especially when Blizzard, as a company, has so many SA situations and so much shit going around in that fucking company. I'm just like, yeah, let me just not set a standard. No, yeah, it set a standard, and then it dropped that standard, and then Marvel Rivals picked up the standard and set it up even higher than Overwatch ever had it. Marvel Rivals has unironically offered me as a player more worth in terms of its free stuff than when I first got Overwatch for $60 years ago. I have a $60 disc of Overwatch somewhere here in my room, and it's basically worth nothing because they shut down the servers. I don't agree. I do not agree. I don't think Luffy needs to go second gear right now. But I don't agree with this notion that, like, oh, because Overwatch pioneered or it set up the standard or whatever, that it should be respected. No, fuck Overwatch. I don't have to respect the game at all, especially when it's gone downhill from since. You guys just prefer Rivals because of... I don't actually prefer Rivals because of the comic book characters. I actually really loved Overwatch's character designs. As a matter of fact, I'm not a comic book guy at all. I just know of the mainstay superheroes. When they added the new Marvel Rivals character for the season 6.5, I didn't even know who the fuck this bitch was. It's always the same thing, man. You guys always do the same thing. You always like to move the goalpost by saying, oh, well, Overwatch has original characters. Okay, and who gives a fuck? You're telling me that Marvel Rivals characters aren't original? You're telling me that Iron Man isn't an original character? You're telling me that Deadpool isn't an original character? You're telling me that Captain America isn't an original character? They're original characters as well. They're all original characters as well. That's not an argument. And as far as Overwatch goes, it did good for the time that it was coming out in, and then Marvel Rivals blew it out of the water. It's just that simple. I can have a twerk off with Venom and Rivals. That's said enough. Yeah. Marvel Rivals isn't afraid of also having its female character models look distinct, have different faces, have different body types. You have some that are thicker, some that are thinner, some that have fat asses, some that have thick thighs, some that have larger breasts. It's all amazing. Marvel Rivals isn't afraid to have women look like women. Overwatch, on the other hand, remember back in 2016, 2017, before the game came out, when Tracer had her ass literally shaved down by half? Yeah, alright. All the problems with the game? No, it hasn't. It still has 5v5. What happened to 6v6 for comp? It doesn't have 6v6 for comp. It's only a side mode. It's only a quick play mode. The main game that everybody loved, and everybody simultaneously hated 5v5 when it came out, and when they added 6v6 back in, they didn't fucking do it. Way before Overwatch 2 came around. It's not a bandwagon hate. I can have these opinions because I bought Overwatch day one, because I played Overwatch for years, because I saw what Overwatch came. It's not a hate bandwagon. Doesn't make it worse. That's just a personal opinion. No, a lot of people agree that it makes it worse. A lot of people agree that it makes it worse. You might not have an issue with it. Not having an issue with it is a personal opinion. But the fact that what was it with the 5v5 again? It was like you can only use, what is it, one tank, 2 healers, 2 DPS, something like that. Without Overwatch, what else wouldn't you have? I don't know. A lot of people have opinions. I mean, sure. Anyway, I'm up here dressed like that. I'm the pilot, Foxy the pilot. It's introduced a Gorilla Puncher 13. This means that there's 12 more of these that were made. After undergoing many improvements, the Gorilla is perfectly streamlined. No unnecessary components. Is the Gorilla Head necessary? The Gorilla Head is you make a good point. Brody says shut up. Whose input? Okay, so Foxy pulls out with the Gorilla Puncher 13. Foxy pulls out the Gorilla Puncher 13. Gorilla Puncher 13 in a room with little to no space. Bet you can dodge these punches. Slow beam. He then uses the mirror behind Luffy to reflect. I played Overwatch when it launched and for years, and the game felt so stagnant as they didn't push the story, the PvE, which seemed to be the expectation. And you know what else is crazy about the PvE? They added, like, Dr. Junkenstein's thing and all that other stuff, but, like, they didn't really, like, move on with it. What exactly was the issue internally that prevented them from just making a PvE mode in general? Because they already had layouts. It's a damn shame, bro. I'm crying. I started talking about Overwatch and people took it a chance to rage bait Eon. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to... It's not even rage bait me, because it's like, most of the arguments are just terrible. It's always the same shit again. When it comes... It's like saying, oh, well, Mario 64 is still the greatest fucking... It's like saying Mario 64 is still the greatest 3D platformer of all time. It pioneered 3D platformers. There's no other 3D platformer that could ever be better than Mario 64. Like, no, fuck no, shut up. Mario Odyssey is a better platformer than Mario 64. Mario Sunshine, you could argue, is a better platformer. Any other platformer that's come out in the last 20 years, you could argue is a better platformer. Like, yes... I can give it the respect of it pioneering. I can give it the respect of doing what it did. But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what it did in the past. Am I comparing it to things now? Is it better now? No. So why the fuck would I give a shit? And Overwatch isn't? Overwatch isn't the greatest Overwatch isn't the greatest shooter ever made. Rebels is a Gunner game? Okay, and? Who cares? I like my characters also being hot. Why can't my characters also look attractive? You could make the same shit about Overwatch. As a matter of fact, you can make the argument first for Overwatch, considering how much Overwatch porn there was out there. Don't start with me. If you want to say that Marvel Rivals is a Gunner game, Overwatch 100% started that shit first. As a matter of fact, they even use Overwatch models for that shit. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the people above. Yeah, I know you were talking to the people above, but still, I'm just saying in general. And I'm just bringing it up with like what he's saying. When it comes to Pioneer stuff, tell me it's the first ever first-person shooter better than Call of Duty right now. Okay, Luffy, behind Luffy to reflect, mirror to reflect his beam, and Luffy still dodges one of the punches he takes, lights Luffy on fire. This is a contrarian statement, dude. Overwatch legit actually had a fan base that actually cares. Yeah, and the fucking devs didn't. The difference is, it's not a contrarian statement. It's really not. The fact is, the fans cared, I cared. And then you know what they did? They removed Overwatch 1. The $60 that I spent went completely nowhere. They made a terrible... They just made the game again. They just put the game out, put a 2 over it, promising us PvE that never came out, pissing off a lot of its fan base, including myself, and then they went with a pay-to-win strategy where you have to buy the season pass or play a fuck ton of matches in order to afford the new character. It is, in every sense of the word, pay to win. And in the same way that I stopped playing Clash Royale, I am not going to play a game where my skill does not matter. Even if I'm a bad player, my skill does not matter because all I need to do is automatically get an advantage to buying the new characters. I don't know. I don't agree with that. Then they took the 2 away now. Yeah, and they took the 2 away. Overwatch is a joke. The game is a joke. That's legit every other game. No, it's not. No, it's not. Name another game that promised PvE. Name another game that promised PvE and then never gave it to its fan base, that completely took out its original servers and then just put out the same game again. Do it. Explain it to me. Give me 3 other games that did that. Give me 3 other games that did that. Please. You can't say that's every other game. I want to, but because you can. You want to, but you cannot. Because the simple fact is that Blizzard has made decisions that fucked Overwatch 2 and left a bad taste in both my mouth and the mouths of millions of players that loved the game genuinely, that followed the game, that tried to learn the game, that wanted to play it. You want to defend it because you like it, but my arguments are all completely fair forms of criticism. Do not become a Pokemon fan. Do not become a Nintendo fan who looks at their god gobsmacking company goggles their fucking balls down the farthest reaches of their throat and then says, there's gonna be more. And when they're done finished with you, they'll make choices that destroy your opinions of the game as a player, and then don't come out here and say, hey man, you are wrong for being upset at the company for fucking over its games and its players. Don't do that to me right now, man. What? Don't do that right now. Don't do that right now, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Listen, I've had this discussion already with my friend over Nintendo. I genuinely, I think the type of people that I hate the most are the ones that are willing to go out of their way, to basically try to brush off any criticisms or any issues that games, companies, etc. might have simply because they like it. You can enjoy something and still say, hey, these things are absolute dog shit. These decisions are absolutely terrible. But your reasons for disliking are a problem that have been fixed. Not really. There's no PvE still. I still have to buy characters. I still have to purchase the characters. I can't just play Ramatra if I want to. No, they're not. My issues have not been fixed. My issues have, objectively speaking, not been fixed. Yeah, I used to love Overwatch too. I used to love that game every single night with the boys up until 4 a.m. It was crazy. I tried playing Overwatch and I started hating it, and then I didn't want to play Marvel Rivals because of that now, but it's my favorite game. No, actually, what do you know about actual real gaming? These people worked hard to give you a product. You can't make something like that. I don't give a fuck if I can't. I'm not here. I am a consumer. I am a consumer who purchases a product, and that product, through decisions of the developers or of the higher-ups, has been destroyed. The product is not what I had originally purchased. The product is not what I originally got in there for. It's no longer what it once was, so why would I sit here and even remotely respect that? It's the same bullshit that people like to do. Move the goalpost. You're doing the move the goalpost thing. You're doing the thing where, oh, well, I'd like to see you try and do something better. Now the discussion becomes about me being able to develop games. I don't have to develop games. I can make a decision. I can make a decision based on a game that I played for years and also did not want to play, and also just no longer enjoy it because of the decisions that the devs made. I can also look at a game from trailers, reviews, etc. and say, I don't like this game is ass, I will not be purchasing it. You people put too much faith in the things that you like, and then when somebody says something that they don't like about it, even if it's completely reasonable, understandable, and objectively correct, you're still going to sit here and say, yeah, no, you're all wrong, you're all just coping. There you go. I can't build a car, but if a car comes out crappy, I'm going to say something about it. Exactly. If you purchase a car and the car ends up not working, or the car after 6 months, they take away your car, say they're going to give you a new one and say it's got all these new features, but you still have to wait for those features to come out, and they never do come out, you're going to sit here and say, this car is terrible. You don't have to be able to make a car. You don't have to be able to know what all the engineering parts of a car are. You don't even have to know the exact confines of a car. Holy, this is one of your worst takes? No, it's not. I'd actually think it's one of my most fair takes. You can believe that, though. Plus, with Overwatch, you had to buy the game. Rivals was free. Yeah, you had to buy the game. I bought the game, and then you know what happened? They killed the game. Because I can no longer put in my copy of Overwatch into my PlayStation 5 and simply play it. I can't do that. If you come to your restaurant for a meal and you serve me shit on a platter, I don't care how hard it was for you to make it. Exactly, you're going to call it shit. It's literally an opinion-based take. One of the best takes you have. As a gamer, I disagree with you and agreeing with you. I mean, yeah, so what do you want me to tell you? People will move the goalpost because they don't like the thing that they like being slandered. If somebody comes in here and shits on One Piece saying it's the worst thing ever, blah, 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 One Piece is terrible, I hate everything about it, it's so long, yada, 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 okay, cool. You know what my opinion is? Cool. You are very much so allowed to have that opinion. You, Yokin, and the other guy, whoever the fuck it was before, you guys have every right to still continue to play Overwatch. You can continue to like the game, you can continue to love the characters, you can get all the fits, you can get all the battle pass, you can do all of that. I'm not telling you can't like it, I'm not telling you can't enjoy it, and I'm not telling you that you're a bad person for liking it or anything like that. I'm just saying the game and the decisions that were made are absolutely terrible. That's my opinion. I think that many of the choices completely destroyed a lot of the player base, completely made players not want to come back to this shit, including myself. And now, when they're having a good stint of success, good for them. Overwatch, the devs, the people that made all the decisions that turned it into Overwatch 2, etc., they can all eat a dick. I'm going to say it. They can all eat a dick, a fat cock. Choke on it, honestly. I don't care. I'm not their friends. I don't know them. They made terrible decisions that completely destroyed the game. I have a disc there that means nothing now. I still don't have my PvE. What do you want me to tell you? Everything, Overwatch is fixing everything though. That's the thing. No, they're not. Tell me when they get 6v6 back. Tell me when they don't have role queues back. Tell me when they have all the characters free again. Tell me when they're gonna have a PvE. When all those things are fixed, I will probably give Overwatch a look again. Yeah, we're not ungrateful. We don't owe them anything. They owe me. Blizzard owes me $60. That is what Blizzard owes me. 60 American US dollars. That's what they owe me. Blizzard owes me of anything. I spent $40 on a game that I no longer own. That I no longer can play. It is just paper. It's not even I can't even use it as a paperweight. I could literally delete everything in that disc and try to throw anything in there. If it took 4 hours grinding dog and cow shit together and told you to eat it, you'd have to by that logic. Yeah. We don't owe them anything. We, as a consumer, have a right to call out a company when they are doing... We, as consumers, have a right to call out companies for their products. We have every right. And you know what? There are cases where people do just hate on things just for the sake of hating them. I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I'm telling you, though, is that this is not one of those cases. There are objective reasons why people have... There are objective reasons why people can still be mad at Overwatch, Blizzard, etc. I'm not going to sit here and even remotely entertain the idea or remotely try to play into the idea that the hate that they've received has been unwarranted. No, I don't agree with that. Fuck that. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and even remotely entertain that. Blizzard has made their mistakes. They can try to fix them. If they choose to fix them, fantastic. Give me PvE. Until I see PvE, until I see 6v6 in comp, and I'm not playing comp, but until I see that shit in comp, until I see role queues removed, fuck Overwatch. I do not care. One game I've always returned to is RuneScape. It has its ups and downs, but when it does things right, it pulls me back in. Right. If you want to continue to play Overwatch, though, that's fine. I don't really care. Spend your time however you're going to do it. I can see why people get so heated. You are actually upsetting my tastes. No, you just don't like me saying that the thing that you like isn't as great as you think it is. Just because I don't agree with you. Just because I don't sit here and... Oh, please, Daddy Blizzard. Please keep giving me the same exact character female expressions. Give me Diva's model 15 times for the exact same character. Make all your females look exactly the same. Make me pay for the characters. Make me, Blizzard, do all those things to me. Take me from behind, Blizzard, as you've done to many of your employees. Yeah. Is Ichigo under that table? What the hell? Yeah. That's called being a loyal consumer? Yeah, that's your problem. Called a loyal consumer. I'll tell you what a loyal consumer is. Somebody who's willing to call the company out for their bullshit and say, I'm not going to support this until then. You know who loyal consumers are? Me and all the other people that won't buy Nintendo products or fucking terrible ass Pokemon shit. You can call yourself a loyal consumer if you want, but all that makes you is a shill, dude. All that makes you is a shill. You don't owe this company anything. You don't get anything from this company. You are a number. You are a walking wallet that they will use to get whatever little products that they want out of you, and you will sit there and say, yes, Daddy Blizzard, spank the shit out of me. Because guess what? You choose to allow the company to make these kinds of decisions. You support these kinds of decisions. That's a shill. Can you say my name like that while I close my eyes? No. I don't agree with role queue making things balanced. I really don't agree with role queue making things balanced. Let's see. Fire, lens on Luffy. Motherfucker trying to goon say Eon, that's what I'm saying. Luffy evades another beam. That's just called being a shill, dude. I don't know what to tell you. If you're just gonna buy, if anyone's just gonna go out of their way to just simply purchase, support, accept anything that a company makes without even remotely trying to look at anything from a critical view perspective, if you genuinely lack the ability to be critical of a company just because they made a game that you like or a couple of games that you like, if they put out a game that everyone is in agreement is terrible, not even everyone's in agreement because you don't have to agree with everyone, just in general has no issues. If you're just going to go out and say that a game has no issues, has no problems, hasn't fixed all of its issues, continues to shit on its fucking players from so many different perspectives, doesn't add anything interesting to the game other than new characters that all have the exact same model as other characters, just with different aesthetic changes. It's like, bruh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just call that a shill. You can do whatever you'd like. I'm not gonna. I don't agree with that line of logic. You don't owe a company anything. They're not your friends. They don't care about you. They care about your money. And if you continue to give it to them, that's why we're currently in the current gaming landscape that we are. Because people continue, guys. This is just invalid. See ya? It's invalid. I can't keep up with the conversation with you guys. This is just invalid. It's not invalid. It's not invalid. The shill rant needs to be a short. I could probably turn it into a short. Right now, Nintendo Switch 2 game lineup is very weak right now, considering that a lot of the new games are conversations like Skyrim. Yeah, no, they're just making a lot of their new games are either just games that are already on other consoles, games that are third-party developers, and whatever the fuck came out before, and they're just remakes, dude. The Switch 2 is ass. Luffy dodges another beam, but it's caught in a barrage of flaming punches. You're too tough. Don't let this woke leftist ruin your taste. Keep paying for your $30 skins and emotes, King. That's what I'm saying. If you want to do that, that's fine. You can do that. I'm just saying, don't come at me or anybody else for actively going out of their way to say, no, I do not support this. No, I will not support this. This is not something that anybody should be supporting. And I'm not even just talking about Overwatch. I'm talking about shitty business standards. I had a conversation with a friend where he was like, yo, I don't care what anybody else thinks about the games that I like. I will, essentially, like, nobody's buying my games for me. If I like a game, if I like a company, I'm just going to buy their shit, etc., etc., etc. I don't care. And I'm like, okay, so if you don't care what anyone else thinks, there is no point in having a conversation with you. Because if you're not going to sit here and try to at least agree that companies go out of their way to make extremely terrible business decisions that only affect you as a consumer and try to take money out of your wallets, there's no point in having a conversation. I basically told them, nope, the conversation's over. We're not having this discussion. There's no point in it. Because we're never going to see eye to eye. You will continue to shill for the company. You will not criticize them in any bit or any way, any shape or fashion, just because they make a game that you liked when you were a kid. I hate that shit. I hate that mentality. That mentality actually disgusts me in human beings. You can't tell people what they like or can't like. I'm not saying that people should like or not like whatever they like. I'm just saying, if something is not even objectively, if something is at the very least worth talking about, right? The prices of gaming, right? The prices of gaming, whether decisions that companies made, so on and so forth. If somebody can't even remotely go out of their way to criticize a company for any fucking reason, I hate that shit, dude. Because that's what gives these companies the capacity to do whatever the fuck they like. Competition is a good thing. It's actually healthy for any company and it's healthy for consumers because not only does it give you as a consumer options, it also makes them have to try harder and actually compete in prices, right? That doesn't happen for companies like Nintendo, who, yeah, might say that they have a market to share, but no, Nintendo basically has its own mini market with its own fan base, right? You can do the same thing with like Pokemon, for example, right? You can do the same thing with Overwatch. You can do the same thing with like any game out there, right? I mean, sir, it's just one guy and a bunch of accounts. It's not about telling people what they can or can't like. It's all about just trying to have a genuine conversation here. I can sit here and listen to all of the good things that come out of Overwatch 2. I can sit here and listen to all of the good things that come out of Nintendo, the Switch 2, etc., right? I can hear all the good things that come out about PlayStation. That does not mean that I, as a consumer, will sit here and blindly say that they don't have their faults, they don't have their problems. In the same way that I can sit here and say, yeah, well, Overwatch also does have some very iconic characters throughout it. The animations that they make for some of their animated mini movies and stuff like that are fantastic, full of emotion, full of great voice acting, so on and so forth, yada yada yada. I can give Overwatch its flowers in certain cases, but when it comes to the actual problems of the game, if I can give it its flowers, you can give it its criticisms. That's what I'm saying. I guess I can understand that to some degree. It's not about me being right. It's not about you agreeing with me. It's about the simple fact that if I can talk in a gray area. All of these things still fall under a gray area. It's not black and white. If we can If we can have a conversation about all the great things that the new Mario game does, at the same fucking time, we have to be able to talk about the things that it does bad. The reason why I get so passionate about this is because people just say, no, there's nothing bad about it. There's no issues with it. They're just... Nintendo is different enough from everyone else where usually just, where others usually just have to copy just to barely scratch their base. And not even that, because they didn't even try to copy. You have fucking game like Palworld and Nintendo's trying to take down its fucking competition. Defend Nintendo all you want, but trying to take down its fucking competition is one of the things that makes me say again, fuck you, Nintendo. I am not shilling for you. I'm not buying your fucking content. That's not right. Instead of actually trying to put out a product that competes with Palworld and that beats Palworld in terms of the masses, in terms of reviews, in terms of gameplay, in terms of etc. No, they're just deciding to take out the competition by saying, oh, they're copywriting us. We're going to copyright strike them. Like, no, fuck that. I will never, ever, ever sit here and support a company in lieu of all of these kind of things, man. My issue is really just people saying, oh, it's a hate bandwagon. No, you're not just going to simply try to dismay or write off my feelings towards a game or a company or a franchise, etc. by simply saying, well, it's just bandwagon hate. No, I have my reasons to hate it, and they're justifiable reasons. It's not a good example. How is it not a good example? They're literally trying to shut off their own competition. Sure, some of the PAL designs look like some Pokemon designs, but at the end of the day, some Pokemon designs look like Digimon designs and vice versa, dude. Straw Hat Luffy stands. He's barely alive. Luffy's body ends up covered in blood, and is semi-charred. A lot of metas are harder. Okay, so, but he still stands. But he still gets up. Okay. Phew, it's a slow beam sword. I restrained your arms and legs, the rest of your body. Okay. Foxy uses his slow beam sword. I can't support the Palworld company in any way. Why not? What did they do? Uses his slow sword to limit Luffy's arm movements. Luffy's arm movements. Arm and leg movement. So slow sword. The rest of your body should be mobile, so free to move around. I doubt you'll be able to. 9 Megaton, Ninetales Rush. My biggest issue is also that just like people just don't want to hear that shit, man. Like it's like people just don't want to hear the truth, dude. People are allowed to be upset at the decisions a company makes. It's fine. Like for example, one sport. If you think that if you can actually tell me like what the reason is where you're not supporting Palworld, and like I feel like okay, that's a justifiable reason, right? Like I feel like that's okay. That's fine. We're talking to, right? I'm not saying Palworld is perfect. I'm sure that the game has its issue. Isn't just Overwatch again? It's worse. Like they actually made organic loot box grinding so much slower that it's almost impossible to unlock things without their battle pass. Yeah, because they have to monetize the game somehow. Because instead of a $60 game that you paid for, and you got everything in there for free using in-game currency by just playing the game, you now have multiple different forms of currency, one of which you have to just straight up purchase because there's a seasonal pass, because it's free. Beam, Megaton Rush, they're playing beams, the beams gotta be against the rules, huff huff. Punching isn't so easy either, you know. He then lands a more powerful barrage of punches twice. From obvious design stealing and comments about supporting AI. I mean, some of the designs are close to Pokemon. Okay, that's honestly a fair criticism, right? Some of the designs look very close to Pokemon, but also like, if you don't want to play because of that, I think that's fine, right? That's the thing. If you feel like there are Pokemon designs that were straight up taken from Palworld, and here's the thing, I don't think that all Palworld designs are hits. I think a lot of them are misses too. But again, if we're talking about gameplay, if we're talking about what this game allows you to do and what it allows the player to fight alongside of its pals instead of just roll around, attack, roll around, attack, roll around, attack. Like, I think, again, gameplay, mechanics, etc., completely different game. Now, this whole supporting AI thing, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not that against AI, at least to the point where, like, I don't know what you mean by supporting AI. Are they using AI to generate their mons? Are they using AI to use, like, are using AI for, like, background textures or whatever? I think that's, I don't care about that kind of shit. If it's, like, for, like, designing their mons, I might have a bit more of an issue with that. If we're talking, like, creating like texture works or etc., stuff like that, like how they did with Expedition 33, I don't really care about that stuff. I don't think that AI is that terrible, and I don't think AI is that terrible in that regard. Pokemon overall should do and can do better, but they choose not to. Like the Super Bowl commercial costs more money than the development costs for ZA. Yep. And the only reason people support the scummy motherfucker is because they oppose Pokemon, blinded by hate. That scummy motherfucker? What scummy motherfucker? Who's a scummy motherfucker? Palworld? Palworld is a scummy motherfucker? Megaton Rush, yeah, that's city level. Downscale. You're playing dirty. That beam's gotta be against the rules. Do it. Punching isn't so easy. I won't lose, even if it kills me. Fearsome power. Stronghead pulls himself up once again. He's beaten down. What kind of a man are you? For the sake of his comrades, for the Davy fight. Okay. Slow beam sword. Okay. They fire him with a cannon. Slow beam. Then the Foxy fighter. Speeding a Megaton impact. That'll be a complete KO. The boss is super cannonball riding. Attack. He's planning on delivering the final blow. It's generative AI that's the biggest issue, because some corporations feel it can replace whole teams. Even then, I agree with like the whole generative AI taking like actual art for the series and like actually basically like stopping developers from actually hiring teams to actually design their characters. I think that's an issue. When we're talking about like making texture packs, when we're talking about like having assets that were AI generated, I don't really care for that. That's fine. Palworld beats Nintendo. Those scumbags deserve it. I hope they beat them too. The dev behind Palworld has been making cheap cash grab knockoffs of popular IP for years, stealing assets and threatening the artists they hired not to reveal anything about that. I'll have to look into this myself. Description you gave us was spot on. What a fanboy fangirl is something is basically unreasonable. Yeah, they're all unreasonable. Fanboys and fangirls are the most unreasonable people, because they literally cannot sit here and argue anybody or anyone or anything about their game is genuinely terrible. Here's the thing, I don't have attachment to things. I personally do not have that much of an attachment to things. I don't have nostalgia for things. Even when I look back at my childhood and I think about Mario 64 on the DS or Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, I'm like, yeah, no, those games still have their fucking problems. The issue is the lack of critical objectivity that people are willing to have over things. Willing to say, this is bad, I can still like it. This is good, I still don't like it. It's not a contradiction. It's not a juxtaposition. It's not some kind of weird oxymoron. It's just, hey man, there are things that you can like about a game, even if they are generally considered to be bad, and you can sit here and say, yeah, you know what, I enjoy it. I always use Sonic 06 as an example. I, as a kid, have nostalgia for Sonic 06. I remember watching my brother play the Silver Fight and getting stuck in it because of how cheap that shit was, how cheesy that shit was. I have memories of myself playing Sonic 06 up until a certain point, just because the game kept breaking. I liked the game as a kid, I had fun playing it, but I will never sit here and call Sonic 06 an unbroken, unoptimized crap of a fucking game. It is still a dog shit game. That is what I'm trying to get at. In the same vein, I played God of War for the PS4. God of War 4 for the PS4, whatever the fuck you're gonna call that one. The first one where he had the boy. What happened with that game? I played it for a couple hours and I was like, this is not for me. The game had good combat. The game had good movement. The game looked amazing. Did I enjoy it? The game has all these amazing things. It's just not for me. I'm just not gonna play it. You can have both. You can argue everyone has a bias for something. 100%. Everyone has a bias for something. I've said this before, including myself. I am super fucking biased about a lot of things. But this is one of those things. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't have a problem with somebody calling out, especially when it's a reasonable criticism. You shouldn't have an issue with somebody calling out something for a game or a company, etc. It's when people shill for companies that genuinely would slaughter them if they could, throw them under the bus once they have all of your money. You mean jack shit to, I went Nintendo, sweet gods of Nintendo, sweet gods of Blizzard. I have bought every single bit of your merchandise. I have bought all of your games. I have played through all of it. Am I a good fan? And they pat you on the head as they say, how much money do you have left? I went broke. I don't have anything other than the merchandise I bought from you and the games I purchased. I don't even have enough food to give to my children. Yeah, all right then. Go away. What? Go away. You mean nothing to us. Thanks. You bought our games. Now go away. And then they literally flick their finger and throw you into the pit, bro. Admittedly, God of War Valhalla is one of the few games I've 100%ed achievement-wise. Low-key me with Sakura. Yeah. You can like Sakura. I hate that bitch. I'm not going to sit here and tell you can't like her. I'm not going to sit here and tell you can't see the good in her. I just choose not to. That's pretty much their childhood, though. Okay, I don't give a fuck. It was my childhood, too. Pokemon was my childhood. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, yeah, the new Pokemon ZA is a great game, man. I don't know why people are... It's so creative. The new information that we got on it, the new battle style. There's so many things to do, man. $30 for a DLC, that's not an issue, man. I'll pay for that gladly, you know. So $100 for my full Pokemon experience 2 months after it comes out? Yeah, that's completely fine. No, fuck that. The game's ass. The game looks like ass. The game plays like ass. The game runs like ass. I'm not going to sit here and fucking defend this shit. Your childhood is not a metric by which you should go around and say everything is amazing, everything is perfect, everything is there's no flaws or issues, whatever, bro. Second most useful member of Team 7 member, though? No, fuck no. Definitely not the second most useful. I would definitely put Sasuke in that. I still like Bleach and love up to the Soul Society arc. Writing ain't shit. Characters are passable. It is what it is. Yeah! It just is what it is. I'm not going to tell anyone that Bleach isn't cool, that the character designs aren't fucking amazing, but the writing is shit. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. The people that you saw before defending this bullshit, they will sit here and agree with everything else, but once you target something that they love, they will jump at you saying, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're jumping on a bandwagon. You're doing so on. I hate mentalities like that, man. I hate mentalities like that, dude. Foxy punches Luffy using... Okay. He's up again. Luffy continues to get up. Megaton, Gatling. Okay, they go blow for blow. Okay. Launch twice. Luffy continues to get up. Up. Regardless of what Foxy does, until their final barrage where Luffy deflects Foxy's beam and then lands one final hit that sends Foxy flying out of the ship's radius. Alright, we're done with Long Ring Long. Fantastic. Save Naruto twice. Sai over Sakura? Yeah, I'd put Sai over Sakura. You know what? I'd put Choji over Sakura in terms of who's more useful in Team 7. Listen from the past, hearing you do Please Daddy Blizzard, please shit got me wheezing. Yeah. It got you wheezing at work? Yeah, I'm glad it does. I'm glad it does. Naruto over Sasuke, Kakashi, Sai, Sakura in terms of usefulness. Type shit. I could agree with third at worst, but fifth? Oh yeah, we forgot Yamato. You know what else we forgot? Kakashi also helped out team, what was it, Team 8 or Team 10, whatever the fuck they are. So if Kakashi helped out Team 10, he went on a core fight with them. That technically means that they're part of Team 7 now. So you can actually put underneath Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru as well. You can actually put them underneath. Oh, and by the way, there was also like an arc in there was also like a non-canon arc in the anime where like other friends of theirs help out, like Kiba, Hinata, Shino. So you can actually like just drop Sakura down below them as well. So she's like what, like the 10th best member, the 10th or 11th, maybe the 12th best member of Team 7, probably, right? All right, guys. I am so over it. I'm tired. It's been a day. We've had good backs and forths. We've had good discussions. We've had some fun. I think I'm done with it for today. I'm going to be back here tomorrow. We're going to move on to Water 7 and Enius Lobby. I'm happy we got through Long Ring Long in one day. Holy shit. And only about 4 hours, too. Game Freak, upper management for real sucks so damn much. Wants to keep a small indie-sized team. Terrible work environment. Doesn't give enough workers time to do jack shit, yeah. You are free from the mines, yeah, for now. I know. When did Sai save Naruto and Sasuke's life? Sakura cooking Sukuna? Fuck no. Tired of all the role-playing? What role-playing? I don't know about role-playing, but I'm definitely exhausted. Okay. I just found the death battle got you researchers. Yeah, Luffy getting cooked by Naruto. It's over. W stream? Sure. Appreciate it. Guys, I will be back here tomorrow. Yep. Please treat others with respect. Cut your hair, shave your legs, brush your teeth, wash out your eyeballs. I'll probably try to turn that into a short, if anything. I'll probably try to turn that into a short. Like, dude, is I up there with Renji in terms of uselessness? Probably he's up there. She also trained Sarada, woke Naruto. What do you mean she trained Sarada? When the fuck did she train Sarada? When has that ever been implied? Shikamaru up until the Leaf of Salt. Found the Zetsu spy. Yeah, but then Naruto was the one who took them down. Healed dozens of shinobi by herself with Katsuyu. So did Naruto. Naruto healed thousands of shinobi with his tailed beast cloak. He also saved their lives when he pulled them around. Isn't Naruto awesome? Naruto's so fucking cool, guys. So much better than that walking pink sea rag. Let me stop. Let me stop. Alright. Guys. W stream. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace out.